Diggin' Up Bones, written by Cindy Kirk. Chapter 1. The cemetery wasn't meant to be opened again. It sat at the edge of a stand of maples on land the town had quietly absorbed years ago, the last visible remnant of a family who'd packed up and left Cornwall decades earlier. The bodies had already been relocated at the family's request. Proper plots, proper records. But the headstones had remained, forgotten markers waiting for someone to decide what to do with them. That decision had landed, as so many subtle decisions did, with the Cornwall Historical Society, which was how Granny and I found ourselves standing beside a small work crew on an unseasonably warm morning, overseeing the careful removal of names no one in town said out loud. Jory wandered off almost at once, circling the perimeter with the solemn focus he reserved for places that smelled wrong to him. He finally settled beneath the maples, lowering himself into the shade beside a shallow dip in the ground that looked, at first glance, no different from any other patch of uneven earth. Then he refused to move. "Jory," I called, "come on." Nothing. He was stretched out on his side now, chin on his paws, eyes open but unfocused. Not asleep. Waiting. Granny noticed it at the same time I did. She stopped mid-sentence, one hand still lifted toward the foreman, her attention locking into place. "Hold a second," Granny said. She walked toward him, her steps measured over the uneven ground. I followed. Jory was many things, friendly, stubborn, entirely convinced the town belonged to him, but he wasn't a dog who lingered without reason. "Come on, sweetheart," she said to Jory, softer now. Jory didn't even flick an ear. Up close, the depression in the ground looked deeper than it had from a distance. Less accidental. Granny slowed. The soil had sunk in on itself, the way it does when something underneath gives way. A collapse, not a hole. What you'd expect over an old root system or an old grave. "Penelope," she said. "Do you see that?" I did. A pale curve just visible where the dirt had shifted, an object no longer fully buried. At first my mind supplied something harmless, a stone fragment, a scrap of chalky limestone, but the shape was wrong, too smooth, too precise. I crouched and brushed away a thin layer of loose soil with my fingertips, cautious without quite knowing why. The world narrowed to the space between my hands. It was unmistakable now. Long, hollow, human. I sat back on my heels, my heart thudding once, hard. Granny drew a slow breath through her nose. "Oh," she said, not surprised, not frightened, just steady, as in she already understood what this meant. Behind us, the work crew went silent. The scrape of tools stopped. Someone cleared their throat. "This isn't one of the family graves," the foreman said slowly. "We've got records. There were only 2 burials here." "And both were moved," Granny said, carefully, properly. Jory lifted his head then, tail thumping once against the ground as if to say, "Found it." I swallowed. "Then whose—" Granny's hand came to rest on my shoulder, firm and grounding. "Not a family member," she said. "Not recently." The bone was weathered, bleached by time. Whatever story it belonged to had been waiting a long while for someone to notice. "Call it in," Granny said. "Now." The foreman didn't argue. He simply nodded. As he reached for his phone, I couldn't stop staring at the small, exposed fragment of truth, pushing its way into the light. The cemetery hadn't been meant to be opened again, but someone, long ago, had made sure it never fully closed. And Cornwall, for all its guarded habits, would not be able to pretend otherwise for long. Chapter 2. By the time I unlocked the front door of Augustus Loom, the sun had climbed high enough to make the windows glow like nothing had happened. I paused on the threshold, keys still in my hand, struck by the oddness of it, that the day had continued after what we'd uncovered, that traffic still moved along Main Street, that someone across the way was laughing, coffee cup raised mid-conversation. I slid the barn doors open just enough to let the breeze through, the way I did when the weather cooperated. It felt wrong to shut the place up completely, as if that might trap the morning and everything it carried inside. The shop smelled the way it always did, wool and wood and a trace of lavender sachets tucked into drawers I hadn't opened yet. Familiar, consistent, a place built on things made slowly, methodically, with intention, things meant to last. Jory trotted in behind me and made a beeline for his water bowl, tail wagging as if we hadn't just left the cemetery behind him. I set my bag down and leaned against the counter, letting my breath out in a controlled exhale I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Granny's voice echoed in my head, not her words so much as her tone. Calm, decisive, already a step ahead. A knock sounded against the wood. I startled, a hand flying to my chest, the sound sharper than it had any right to be in a space that was already open. "Pen?" Chief of Police Dean Albers stood in the doorway, one hand braced against the doorframe, posture relaxed but his attention already fixed on me. For a moment, the rest of the room seemed to recede, the hum of the loom, the soft creak of the floor, leaving only the steady weight of his attention. "Dean," I said, the word coming out on a breath. "I didn't hear you pull up." He nodded once. "Mind if I ask you a few questions?" The normal ones, the careful ones, the kind that meant the morning hadn't gone back to being ordinary. "Of course," I said, even as my stomach tightened. "Is it—" "We found more than we expected," he said gently. And just like that, Augustus Loom felt a little less like a refuge and a little more like the place where things surfaced. He glanced past me into the shop, then back again, almost committing the space to memory. "They're human remains," he said, "not from the family burials." I nodded, though not sure what else to do with that information. "They don't appear recent," he continued, "but they weren't placed there by accident either. That much we can say for now." I waited. He didn't rush to fill the silence. "We've secured the site," he added. "It's being treated as a potential crime scene until we know otherwise." "Does Granny—" I started. "She did exactly what she was supposed to," he said, a corner of his mouth lifting before settling again. "So did you." That surprised me more than it should have. "I'll need a statement," he went on. "What you saw. When. Who was present." A pause. "It won't take long." "And after that?" I asked, already knowing the answer wouldn't be simple. Dean hesitated, just long enough to be deliberate. He shifted his weight, one shoulder easing back against the doorframe. "After that, we start asking questions." He held my gaze. "There are records I need to review," he said, "and people who remember more than I do, or think they do." He didn't say how long the remains might have been in the cemetery, or how they'd gone unnoticed. He didn't say whether anyone matched them yet, and he didn't say the word accident. Dean stepped aside to let me move first, then followed me into the shop, letting the barn door slide the rest of the way open behind him. I took a seat on the stool behind the counter, resting my hands on the worn wood. "Whenever you're ready," he said. I gave him an acknowledging glance. Granny and I were there with the work crew to oversee the removal of the headstones. The burials themselves had already been relocated. That was done years ago. He didn't interrupt, just watched, listened. "Jory wandered off almost right away," I continued. "He settled beneath the maples near a shallow dip in the ground. He wouldn't move, even when called." Dean's pen moved. When we approached, we saw that the ground had collapsed in on itself, just enough to expose something. I paused, choosing the word carefully. A bone. Human. "Did either of you touch it?" he asked, No, I brushed away loose soil before I understood what I was seeing. After that, Granny stopped everything and had the foreman call it in. Dean nodded. A small acknowledgement. Not approval exactly, but close. Who else was present? I listed the names as best I could. The foreman, 2 crew members, no one unexpected, no one lingering. And the sight before today? He asked. Had you ever noticed anything unusual? No, I said, and that was true. It's been quiet, forgotten, really. He wrote that down. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Outside, a car passed. Someone laughed again, farther down the street this time. Cornwall, apparently, was keeping its appointments. When did you leave the cemetery? Dean asked. Right after the call, I said. Granny stayed until you arrived. She's still there? He asked. Yes? Good. That was it. No follow-up, no reassurance. Just the word, waited. Dean closed his notebook and met my eyes. If you remember anything else, anything at all, call me. I will. He held my gaze a second longer than necessary, just long enough to make the moment feel less like procedure and more like something I couldn't quite name. He then slipped the notebook back into his jacket and headed for the door. The shop felt different once he was gone. Quieter, yes, but not settled. I hadn't mentioned how certain it had felt when Jory settled in, refusing to move, or how Granny hadn't hesitated. Dean hadn't asked. I only knew the morning wasn't finished with us yet. Chapter 3. Granny was already seated at the small table near the front window at 3 Whiskers when I arrived, a mug cradled in both hands. She looked exactly as she always did there, grounded, observant, as much a part of the room as the mismatched chairs and the sun-warmed floorboards. I slid into the chair across from her. My cousin Isla appeared without comment and set a mug in front of me, steam curling up between us. One of the cats leapt onto the windowsill behind Granny and turned in a slow circle before sitting, tail wrapped neatly around its paws. Well, Granny said, that part's done. For now, I said. She nodded. For now is usually all we get. Around us, the cafe moved at its usual pace, cups clinking, a low murmur of conversation, the hiss of the espresso machine doing what it did. Nothing had changed, and yet I had the distinct feeling everyone was listening for something they couldn't quite hear yet. What did you notice? Granny asked. That Dean listens more than he talks, I said. Good. And that he knows he's new here. Granny's mouth curved. Better. I took a sip. They stopped the work. As they should. I assume the headstones will stay. For now. I hesitated. You weren't surprised, I said. Granny met my eyes over the rim of her mug. No. She didn't elaborate. She never did unless she meant to. I've learned, she said, setting the mug down carefully, that when land has been quiet for a long time, it's usually because someone worked very hard to keep it that way. Before I could respond, a shadow crossed the table. Pen? Granny? Megan Day stood beside us, her hair pulled back, a to-go cup in one hand, hesitating. Marianne Albrecht's niece, 4 years behind me in school. Her smile came with a hint of hesitation, as if she'd already decided she might be interrupting. Megan, Granny said easily. Sit if you've a moment. Oh, I don't want to. Megan glanced toward the counter, then back at us. I just heard the stones were finally being moved. My fingers tightened slightly around my mug without my meaning them to. That was the plan, Granny said. Neutral. Open. Megan nodded. My aunt always wondered what would happen to them. A pause. I thought maybe they'd do it all in one day. They won't, Granny said. Not now. Megan's gaze flicked to me, then away again. Ah. She didn't ask why. Well, she said after a beat, lifting her cup. I just wanted to check. I should get going. Of course, Granny said. Megan hesitated, then smiled again, brighter this time, a practice thing. Good to see you both. You too, I said. She walked away without looking back. Granny reached for her mug. She asked the right question, Granny said. And didn't ask the others, I said. Granny nodded. When we stood to leave, nothing about Three Whiskers had changed, and yet the room felt subtly recalibrated, like furniture shifted an inch and no one mentioned it. Outside, the afternoon had settled into that in-between quiet Cornwall did so well. Too late for morning, too early for supper. I walked alone toward Augustus Loom. Eudora Butterfield lingered longer than usual at the post office window, counting something twice. She was the kind of woman who seemed to know more than she ever explained, and who never looked like she'd been caught off guard. Two men paused outside the hardware store, their conversation tapering off as a patrol car rolled past without stopping. Someone crossed the street instead of cutting through the square. No one spoke to me. No one needed to. By the time I reached the shop, I had the distinct sense that whatever had been uncovered that morning had already begun to circulate through the town's long memory, settling where it would. Chapter 4. Augustus Loom felt different once I was alone with it. Not wrong, not unsafe, just alert. As if the space itself had taken note of the morning and was waiting to see what I'd do with it. I slid the barn doors the rest of the way open and let the late afternoon light spill across the floor. Dust motes drifted lazily, catching in the sun and moving on. The looms stood where they always had, patient and familiar, threads waiting to be gathered into something deliberate. I busied myself with small things, straightening a basket of yarn, wiping down the counter, checking the register, though I knew it was fine. The motions helped. Jory rested near the doorway, nose on his paws, watching the street like it might answer back. "Don't start," I murmured. He didn't move. The bell over the door chimed. Dottie Tidball stood just inside the threshold, her coat buttoned despite the warmth, her gaze already moving through the shop with intent. She ran the Historical Society's archives, records most people forgot existed, let alone bothered to read. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she said. "Not at all," I replied. "I didn't hear you come in." She smiled faintly. Most people don't. That was Dottie, present without announcing herself, observant without prying. She had a way of arriving at the instant you'd stopped pretending you weren't waiting for her. "I was in the neighborhood," she went on, "and I heard the work at the cemetery had been paused." There it was, not a question, a statement. "Yes," I said, "it was." Dottie smirked, as if confirming something she already suspected. She drifted closer to the display case near the counter, her fingers hovering just above the glass without touching it. "Those headstones," she said, "they were never meant to be permanent." "No," I agreed, "just markers." "Markers have a way of outlasting memory," she said mildly. I didn't respond right away. Jory lifted his head. Dottie noticed. Of course she did. "He's been busy today," she observed. "He has." Another pause, the comfortable kind, the dangerous kind. "I'm cataloging some older society records," Dottie said at last. "Family correspondence, personal notes, things that never made it into official files." "That does sound like you." Her smile deepened. "It is." She turned to face me fully then. "If anything crosses your path, anything that feels misplaced, I'd appreciate knowing." The phrasing was methodical, so was the expectation beneath it. "I will," I said, and meant it. Dottie inclined her head. "Good." She moved toward the door, then stopped. "Oh," she added, "if anyone's been asking about the stones already, do let me know." She left without waiting for an answer, already satisfied. The bell chimed again, softer this time. I stood there for a moment longer than necessary, my reflection in the glass of the display case, doubled by the street behind me. Jory rose and crossed the shop, settling beside my feet instead of the door. That, more than anything else, told me the day still wasn't finished with me yet. Chapter 5. The Breakfast Club met at Granny's house every Tuesday at 9, without fail. It wasn't written down anywhere. It didn't need to be. By 5 minutes to, the chairs were already pulled out around the dining table, the coffee pot warming on the stove, the plate of toast sweating gently beneath a folded towel. Granny presided at the head of the table, hands folded loosely, coffee poured, but untouched. Lydia Hawking arrived next, as she always did, notebook tucked under her arm, pen clipped neatly to the spine. Terence Kessler followed, shrugging off his jacket and launching into a half-formed observation before he'd fully sat down. Katie Nichols slipped in quietly, glancing at the clock on the wall before taking her usual seat near the door. Marianne Albrecht arrived last. She smiled her way around the table and sat beside Granny. She poured herself tea instead of coffee, which I noticed only because she never did that. "Well," Terence said once plates had been passed and the kettle returned to the stove, clearing his throat, "I suppose we're all pretending this is just another Tuesday." Katie snorted. "You can pretend, I can't." Granny didn't comment. She rarely did. "They shouldn't have disturbed that ground," Lydia said, calm as ever, "not without knowing exactly what was there." "They thought they did," Terence replied, which is usually how these things. "That's not the same thing," Lydia said mildly, already knowing that wouldn't stop him. Marianne stirred her tea once, twice. She didn't drink it. "My mother used to say," Terence went on, warming to the sound of his own voice, "that cemeteries are like stories. You can move the markers, but—" "Terence," Marianne said gently but firmly. He stopped. She smiled at him. The familiar, soothing smile she used when she was redirecting rather than correcting. "That's not quite it." She paused as if listening for the right words. "In my experience," she continued, "when something has been buried that long, it's usually because—" She stopped. The silence that followed wasn't abrupt. It settled into place. Marianne lifted her cup, took a careful sip, and set it down again without finishing the thought. Her gaze remained on the steam curling upward. Lydia closed her notebook without writing anything. Katie reached for her toast, then didn't take a bite. Terence sat back in his chair, this time planting all 4 legs on the floor. Granny was the only one who didn't move at all. "Well," she said at last evenly, "whatever the reason, it's been brought to light now." "For now," I said. Granny inclined her head. "For now." Katie cleared her throat. "Just so everyone's on the same page," she said lightly. "I'm off duty. I don't know anything. And if I did, this wouldn't be the place." "No one's asking," Lydia said. "I know," Katie replied. "I just like to say it." Marianne wrapped both hands around her mug. "There will be questions," she said. "Always are," Terence said. "Yes," she agreed, "but not all questions need answers right away." That thought, too, she let rest unfinished, on purpose. When we finally stood, Marianne's tea was still half full. She reached for her coat first, smoothing it over her arm. "I should get going," she said. "Some things don't like to be rushed." Granny briefly touched her wrist. Marianne squeezed her fingers once, then let go. By the time I stepped back outside, the morning had gone gray without anyone having remarked on it. Marianne usually finished her thoughts, not this time. I walked home alone, unhurried. The air had shifted while we were inside, warm but carrying the promise of heat later in the day. A lawnmower droned somewhere down the block, the sound steady and unhurried. I didn't rush. There was no reason to. Mary Ann's unfinished sentence replayed in my mind, looping without ever finding words. When something has been buried that long, it's usually because I stopped at the corner out of habit, waited for a car that never came, then crossed anyway. Granny's house receded behind me, solid and cozy, the place where things were named with care. Or not at all. I thought about the tea Mary Ann hadn't finished, about the way Katie had kept herself angled toward the door, about Lydia closing her notebook without writing a single word. No one had asked what I thought. That was new. Halfway down Main Street, I spotted Jory stretched out in a patch of sun beside the hardware store, belly up, one eye half open. He glanced at me as I passed, tail thumping once against the concrete, then went back to watching nothing in particular. The town dog, exactly where he belonged. By the time I reached Augustus Loom, the street had settled into its usual rhythm. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, letting the quiet gather. I set my bag down and leaned against the counter, drawing a slow breath. Whatever had been uncovered in that cemetery wasn't finished working its way through Cornwall, and whether I meant to be or not, I was part of it now. Chapter 6. Dean came to Augustus Loom just before noon. The morning heat had nestled in fully by then, the kind that made the street look slightly bleached at the edges. I was behind the counter sorting a shipment I'd already opened twice without absorbing a word of the invoice in front of me. The bell over the door gave a soft chime. Dean stepped inside, not hurried, not tentative, just present in a way that made the space adjust. He crossed the floor in a straight line to the counter, as if he already knew where he was going. "Pen," he said. "Chief." I wiped my hands on my jeans out of habit and matched my voice to his. He nodded, the motion more acknowledgement than greeting. "I won't keep you." "That's never what people say when they mean it," I replied, before I quite meant to. A smile flickered across his mouth and was gone. "Fair." He set a small notebook on the counter but didn't open it, which told me this wasn't a statement. "I wanted you to hear this from me first," he said. "We've got the site secured. No one goes in without a reason." I nodded. "Granny said they halted everything." "They did." His gaze held mine, and it stays halted. I waited, sensing the shape of what he hadn't said yet. "You're going to hear things," he continued. "People will talk. They always do in a town this size. It's inevitable." His mouth tightened. My answer might have landed closer to truth than he preferred. Right. He rested his hand lightly on the notebook without opening it. "I'm not telling you not to speak," he said. "I'm asking you to be careful about what you confirm." The words were measured and polite until you realize they weren't a request at all. "What exactly do you want me to do?" I asked. Dean didn't look away. "If someone asks, you can say the work was stopped. You can say the area is restricted. You can say I'm handling it. And if they ask what was found," his pause was brief, controlled, "then you tell them I'm not releasing details." Something in my chest tensed. Not fear, not exactly. More like the feeling of stepping into a room and realizing the air had already changed. "Okay," I said. Dean nodded as if he'd expected that response from the start. He adjusted his stance, weight shifting back. "Has anyone been asking you about the headstones?" he asked. The question was simple. Too simple. I kept my face neutral. A few people, in the way people ask about anything the town's been meaning to do for years. His eyes stayed on mine. "Anyone specific?" "Terrence. Lydia. Megan Day. Standing by our table, asking only what could be asked without sounding like she already knew more. And Dottie Tidball, with her cautious phrasing and her quieter concern." "Nothing that stood out," I said. Dean watched me for a beat longer, no doubt weighing whether that was true or whether it mattered if it was. "All right," he said. "That's all I needed for now." He reached for the notebook then and slid it back into his pocket without ever opening it. As he turned to leave, he stopped at the door and looked back. "One more thing," he said. "Yes." "If you remember anything else from this morning, anything you didn't think mattered, call me." His voice stayed even. "Sometimes what people dismiss is what sticks." He didn't wait for my response. He stepped out into the heat and let the door close behind him. I stood for a long moment, hands resting on the counter, feeling the weight of what he'd asked without asking it outright. Be careful what you confirm. That wasn't just about the cemetery anymore. It was about me. Chapter 7. Word moved faster than anything official ever could in Cornwall. By mid-morning the next day, people had stopped saying cemetery altogether. They said the site, or the stones, or nothing at all, lowering their voices as if that alone made it respectful. I heard it first from a customer who lingered too long at the counter, her fingers worrying the edge of a scarf she had no intention of buying. "They found bones," she said. "That's what I heard." I nodded. "There's an investigation." "Well," she leaned in, "they can tell right away if it's a man or a woman, can't they?" "I don't know," I said, which was true. She seemed disappointed by that, as if I'd failed to confirm something she already believed. Someone said it was a man, tall. Someone else said they found part of a jacket. People say a lot of things. She smiled, unfazed. They do. By noon, the story had acquired confidence without facts. A delivery driver mentioned a drifter, someone passing through years ago, no one local, therefore no reason to worry. A woman at the hardware store said it had to be old, decades even. Another insisted it was recent enough that there would have been clothes, which meant someone would have noticed. No one explained how those things were supposed to fit together. At the post office, I heard someone say it must have been an accident. Kids did stupid things back then. At the bank, someone else said it didn't feel accidental at all. That was as close as anyone came to saying the word out loud. Murder. I walked back toward Augustus Loom with the uneasy sense that the town was circling a shape it didn't want to name yet. Every theory seemed designed to push the truth farther away, to make it belong to someone who didn't matter, someone who hadn't stayed, someone who hadn't been known, a drifter, a runaway, someone passing through, anyone but one of ours. Jory lay stretched out in the sun in front of the cobbled quill, head resting on his paws, watching the world go by. He didn't look up as I passed, just flicked an ear and shifted slightly. Mostly likely, he'd already heard every version of it. Inside the shop, the quiet felt earned. For now. I stood behind the counter and listened to the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock on the wall. Dean hadn't said a name. No one had. And yet the town was already busy deciding who it wasn't. I felt it then. The space opening up between what had happened and what people were willing to believe. And once that space was there, it didn't tend to close. Chapter 8. Dean didn't call first. He came to Augustus Loom just before closing, when the light had changed and the street outside had gone still in that early evening way that made everything feel temporarily suspended. I was straightening a display I'd already straightened twice when I saw him through the front window, waiting. He'd been in often enough lately that it barely registered as unusual. He paused before coming in, as if giving me the option to notice before he spoke. I did. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, the bell giving a muted sound that felt too loud for the moment. "Pen," he said. "Dean." He didn't waste time. He never did. "We've confirmed identification," he said. The words settled between us. Not heavy, not sharp, just final. I waited. "Dental records," he continued, "and a personal item recovered at the site. It took longer than people wanted and shorter than some expected. I nodded, though my hands had gone still at my sides. "Who?" I asked. Dean held my gaze. When he spoke, he didn't lower his voice. "Nate Jefferson." The name landed differently than I expected it would, not like a shock. More like a door closing somewhere I hadn't realized was still open. I drew a slow breath and let it out again. "His parents?" "They've been notified," he said. "That's all I can say right now." Of course it was. Outside, a car passed. Someone laughed farther down the block. Ordinary sounds, continuing without pause. "How long?" I asked. Dean shook his head once. "That will take time." He hesitated, then added, "I wanted you to hear it directly, from me." "I appreciate that," I said, and I meant it. He held my gaze a moment longer. "There will be questions." "There already are." "Yes," he agreed. "Now they'll sound different." He stepped back toward the door, then paused. "For what it's worth," he said, "this isn't something you could have known." I met his eyes. "That's not the part I'm thinking about." He studied me for a beat, then inclined his head as if accepting the part I hadn't said. I thought that might be the case. When he left, the shop felt larger than it had before, emptier. The name seemed to push the walls back a few inches. Nate Jefferson. I stood there for a long moment, letting the sound of it settle into the space. There would be no more pretending we didn't know who we were talking about. Chapter 9. By morning, Cornwall had learned how to carry the name quietly, not out loud, not directly, but in the way people paused mid-step, chose a longer route home, or found reasons to finish errands somewhere else. I saw Nate Jefferson's parents before I heard anyone mention them. They were walking together down Main Street, close but not touching. Space itself had become delicate. His mother held her purse with both hands, knuckles pale against the leather strap. His father's gaze stayed fixed ahead, as if the street itself required his full attention. They didn't look around. They didn't have to. Conversations hushed as they passed, then resumed. A door opened a little wider than necessary. Someone crossed the street, then slowed, faintly ashamed of it. No one stopped them. That felt intentional and kind. I hadn't known Nate well, but I'd known boys like him. Ones people worried about for a while, until one day they weren't worried anymore. They grew up. They figured things out. I thought about stepping forward, about saying something, anything, but every phrase I tried on felt either too small or too intrusive, so I stayed where I was, like everyone else had. I stood just inside the doorway of Augustus' loom, my hand resting on the frame, and watched until they disappeared around the corner. Only then did the street begin to move again, cautiously. Inside the shop, customers came and went with careful politeness. No one lingered. No one speculated. The questions that had filled the air the day before had evaporated, replaced by something hushed and heavier. "I'm so sorry," one woman said as she set her purchase on the counter. "For what?" I asked. She hesitated. "Everything." I nodded because that seemed to be what she needed. Later, I heard someone say Nate's name and flinch as if they'd said it wrong. Another corrected herself mid-sentence, choosing a pronoun instead, then faltering anyway. He, their son, the boy. Language kept rearranging itself, trying to find a shape that wouldn't bruise. At the post office, the line moved slowly. People avoided eye contact. The bulletin board stood unchanged, flyers curling at the edges. For the town, nothing had shifted at all. But it had, irrevocably. Jory lay in his usual spot in front of the cobbled quill, eyes half closed, tail thumping once when someone stepped around him instead of over. He watched the street with mild interest, unbothered by the weight everyone else seemed to feel. I thought about how quickly the theories had disappeared. The drifter, the runaway, the person passing through town. Those stories no longer fit the space the truth had taken up. I locked up the shop and stood on the sidewalk, listening to the ordinary sounds return. Music playing somewhere, a screen door slamming, laughter drifting from a yard a block away. Life continuing, carefully, and just beneath it, something else beginning. Chapter 10. The next day felt almost ordinary, which was what unsettled me. Shops opened on time. Deliveries arrived. The bell over my door rang with its familiar, polite insistence, unchanged. People nodded as they passed one another on Main Street, exchanged brief greetings, asked after the weather as if it hadn't already been decided for them. But conversation skimmed the surface and moved on. No one lingered. A woman who usually stayed to chat paid in cash and left without comment. A man I'd known for years hesitated before saying Nate's name, then said it anyway, warily, no doubt testing whether it still belonged in his mouth. "He always did like that bench," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the square. Then he cleared his throat. "Anyway." The sentence never finished, and neither did the thought behind it. Around midday, a story made its way down Main Street that someone had left a paper sack on the steps of the Yepperson house. No name attached. By the time it was mentioned aloud, it was already gone. That felt intentional, too. Jory slept through most of the afternoon in his usual spot in front of the cobbled quill, rising only to reposition himself when the sun moved. People stepped around him without comment, like he was part of the street itself, unmovable, unquestioned, accepted. I caught myself watching for Granny, half expecting her to appear with purpose in her stride, a decision already made. But she didn't, and her absence told me more than her presence would have. This wasn't the time yet for answers. By evening, the town had come to rest with a cautious hush. Not silence exactly, but something chosen. A mutual understanding that the worst thing to do now would be to fill the space too quickly. I locked up the shop and waited on the sidewalk, listening. No speculation, no theories, just the low murmur of life continuing around something it hadn't decided how to carry yet. By morning, Granny would call the searchers back together, not because she wanted answers just yet, because the town was ready to face them. Chapter 11. By the time Granny's Breakfast Club convened, the name had settled. It wasn't shock that brought us to the table this time. It was responsibility. Records, I was learning, have a way of pretending they're complete. Granny spread them out across the dining table with the same care she used for photographs, flattening curled corners, aligning edges, smoothing pages that had already been smoothed 100 times before. Lydia sat to her right, glasses perched low on her nose, pencil in hand. I took the chair opposite them and waited. "We're not looking for conclusions," Granny said, not looking up. "Just alignment first." Lydia nodded. "Dates, addresses, overlaps, and gaps," I added. That earned me a glance from both of them, brief, assessing. "Yes," Granny said, "those too." The documents themselves were unremarkable on their own. Property records, old directories, school enrollment lists, church membership rolls, the kind of paper trail that built a town quietly year by year without asking to be remembered. Lydia read aloud when something caught her attention. "Jefferson family listed here through the 90s. A pause. "Same address." Granny made a small mark in the margin. "And here," Lydia continued, "no change noted, no forwarding address, no annotation." "That's not unusual," Granny said. "People stayed put." "But names usually drift," Lydia replied. "Phone numbers, employers, church committees." She turned a page, then another. I watched her mouth harden slightly. "What is it?" I asked. "There's a stretch," she said. "Late high school through early adulthood. He's present, but not accounted for." I leaned forward. What does that mean? It means he appears where he has to, Lydia said. School records, tax household, census tick marks. She tapped the page lightly, but nowhere else. No clubs, no team rosters, no volunteer listings, no mention in the local paper beyond what everyone remembered already. Granny folded her hands. He existed, she said, but he didn't leave much of a paper shadow behind. That happens, I said. It does, Lydia agreed, but usually there's a reason. She didn't elaborate. We worked for another hour, the room filled with the sounds of pages turning and pencils moving. Outside, the afternoon shifted toward evening. Somewhere down the block, a door slammed. A radio played faintly. At last, Granny gathered the papers into a neat stack, aligning the edges with deliberate care. "This doesn't tell us what happened," Granny said. "No," Lydia replied. "It tells us what didn't." I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. "So what do we do with that?" I asked, though I suspected the answer wouldn't be swift. Granny met my eyes. "We remember it carefully," Granny said. Lydia added, "And we don't fill it in too quickly. Gaps tell their own stories." I nodded, though the instinct to do exactly that, to make the gaps behave, to smooth them over, was already pressing in. When I stepped outside a short while later, the light had softened, as if the day were easing its grip. Jory trotted past on the opposite side of the street, heading nowhere in particular, tail swinging in an easy arc. I watched him go, thinking about records that pretended to be whole, and how easy it was to mistake silence for absence. Somewhere between what was written down and what had been left out, the truth was waiting to be handled with care, and it wasn't in a hurry. Chapter 12. Lydia Hawking came into Augustus Loom with purpose. I could tell when she did. She didn't drift. She didn't browse. She stepped inside, showing me she knew what she needed and how much time she was willing to spend getting it. "Morning," I said, setting my scissors down beside the bolt of fabric I'd been measuring. "Morning." Lydia's gaze flicked to the work table, then to the counter. She held a slim folder against her side, and one she obviously didn't want it bent. I waited. Lydia wasn't a woman who filled silence just to be kind. "I'm helping Granny with a few older society notations," she said at last, cross-referencing names with addresses. That made sense. If anything made Lydia light up, it was records lining up the way they were supposed to. "Okay," I said. "And?" She came closer, setting the folder on the edge of the work table without opening it. Her fingers rested there, anchoring her. "I pulled the Jefferson file," she said. The name landed in the room like a gentle yet persistent weight. "Nate Jefferson?" I asked. Lydia nodded. I felt my shoulders tense, surprised not by the name itself, but by how quickly my mind reached for the town's shorthand version of him. Restless, disappointing, trouble adjacent. A boy people mentioned with a small shake of the head, as if that gesture explained everything that mattered. Lydia didn't speak right away. She seemed to be choosing the smallest true thing. "We lived 3 houses apart," she said finally, "back when Bran was in high school." Bran, her son, the attorney, my friend. Older than Nate by a couple of years. Close enough to notice, far enough apart that they'd never really run in the same circles. "I didn't realize," I said. "Most people didn't," Lydia replied, which was Lydia's way of saying they hadn't bothered to notice. She picked up the folder again, then set it down a second time. She kept changing her mind about opening it. "Nate used to shovel Mrs. Feldman's drive," she said, matter of fact. "Not every time. Not like it was a job, just if he saw it hadn't been done and he was already out there." That image snagged on me. Small, ordinary, almost irritating in how completely it contradicted the version I'd carried unquestioned. "He did," I said. Lydia gave the slightest shrug. "When he was younger. before everyone decided who he was supposed to be." The words weren't sharp exactly, but they had an edge. I swallowed. I don't remember anyone saying things like that. "No," Lydia agreed. "They didn't." I turned my attention back to the fabric on the table, then saw I hadn't moved at all. The tape measure lay slack across the bolt, numbers meaningless. "Why bring him up now?" I asked. Lydia's gaze held steady on mine. "Because I've been hearing his name again," she said. "And it's being said the way people say a name when they're trying to make it mean less." I thought of the breakfast club, of Mary Ann not finishing her thought, of the silence that had settled like something placed gently on the table. Lydia continued, her voice calm. "Nate Yepperson wasn't a stranger. He wasn't a rumor. He grew up here. His parents still live here." A pause. "And everyone in this town had an opinion about him long before he was old enough to defend himself." Heat crawled up the back of my neck, not anger exactly, more like discomfort at my own easy acceptance of the shorthand. I hadn't known him well, that was true, but I'd known the story everyone told, and I'd let that be enough for far too long. "I didn't think about it," I admitted. "I just absorbed what people said." Lydia nodded, as if that was the point. "People prefer tidy narratives," she said. "They prefer them most when the truth is inconvenient." She slid the folder an inch closer to me. "Granny asked me to verify some dates and addresses. I did, that's all." Lydia's mouth tightened. "But I thought you should remember he had neighbors. He had routines. He had a life that wasn't only what people whispered about him." I rested my hand on the folder but didn't open it. Outside, a car passed on Main Street, the sound bright and ordinary. Inside, the shop felt a little more still. Lydia picked up her purse strap and straightened. "I should get back," she said. "Granny will want to know what I found." At the door, she paused and looked back at me. "It's strange," she said, the thought only just reaching her. "How quickly a town decides who someone is, and how slow it is to admit it might have been wrong." Then she left. I stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the folder, thinking about a boy shoveling a neighbor's walk without being asked, and how easy it had been to let that version of him disappear. No one had asked what I thought yet. That was new, and it made it harder to pretend I wasn't already part of it. Chapter 13. Dean didn't call this time either. He sent Katie. She came into Augustus Loom mid-morning with a manila envelope tucked under her arm and the practiced look of someone trying very hard to appear unconcerned. She paused just inside the door, eyes adjusting, then gave me a small, careful smile. "Hey," she said. "Hey yourself." I set aside the stack of fabric I'd been folding. "This doesn't feel social," I said. She huffed. "No, it doesn't." Katie stepped closer and set the envelope on the counter between us, not sliding it forward, just placing it there like a boundary. "The chief asked me to drop this off," she said. "It's not official, just something he thought you and Granny should see." I didn't reach for it yet. "What is it?" "A copy of the preliminary report," she said, "the part that's cleared for sharing." "That sounds like a very specific category," I said. Katie's smile drew taut. "It is." I opened the envelope and scanned the first page. Dates, locations, language chosen with caution, enough to say almost nothing at all on its own. "No cause listed," I said. "Not yet." "No timeline either." "Not yet." I looked up. "But?" Katie hesitated, then set her elbows lightly on the counter, lowering her voice even though we were alone. "There are questions," she said, "the kind that don't get written down right away. Or ever." I waited. "We're trying to keep this contained," she went on. "Not to hide anything, just to give it time to be right." I nodded slowly. "And the town?" Katie let out a breath. The town already decided how it feels about it. That landed with more weight than she probably intended. She straightened and tapped the envelope once, lightly. "Anyway," she said, "he said you'd understand what matters and what doesn't." Did he now? She smiled again, more genuine this time. He did. After she left, I read the report more carefully than I had the first time. What it said was less important than what it didn't. Words like undetermined, pending, under review. Language that asked for patience without promising clarity. Outside, a truck rolled past, radio playing. Somewhere nearby, someone laughed. I thought about the way the searchers had leaned in together, about Lydia's folder, about Granny's insistence on remembering what wasn't there. Whatever answers were coming wouldn't arrive all at once, and they wouldn't arrive cleanly. And when they did, they would ask more of us than curiosity alone. I folded the report back into the envelope and set it aside for Granny. The truth was moving now, whether the town liked it or not, slowly, carefully. And once it started, it wouldn't be easy to stop. Chapter 14. The first thing to surface wasn't a fact at all. It was a hesitation. I noticed it at the counter when Mrs. Ellery paid for her fabric and then didn't gather her change right away. She stood there, eyes fixed on the bills as if they might rearrange themselves into something easier to say. "You all right?" I asked. She looked up, startled. "Oh, yes, She waved a hand, then let it fall. "I suppose I was thinking." "That happens here," I said gently. A corner of her mouth lifted. "It does." She slid the change into her purse, but still didn't move. "I heard they're still not sure," she said finally, lowering her voice. "About what?" "About how it happened." A pause. "I know that takes time." "It does." She nodded, then glanced toward the window. "He used to cut through the alley behind my place, years ago. Always took the long way instead of the sidewalk." That caught my attention more than I expected. "Nate?" I asked. She flinched, just slightly. The name seemed to surprise her. "Yes." I waited. "I remember thinking it was odd," she continued. "Not bad, just deliberate. Like he didn't want to be seen choosing where he was going." "Did you ever ask him?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, it didn't seem like my business." She gave a small, apologetic smile. "So many things don't at the time." She left a moment later, the bell chiming behind her. I stood there longer than I meant to, turning her words over. Cut through the alley. Took the long way. Didn't want to be seen choosing. It wasn't a clue. Not really. But it wasn't nothing. That afternoon, I heard something similar from a man who stopped in for thread and left without buying anything, as if the errand had only been an excuse. He mentioned Nate in passing, only once, then corrected himself. "He kept odd hours," the man said, almost apologetically. "Later than most." "How late?" I asked. The man shrugged. "Late enough." That was as precise as he got. By the time I closed up, I'd heard 3 versions of the same thing, none of them complete on their own. Not details, patterns. Nate walking where others didn't. Nate avoiding the obvious route. Nate keeping to himself in ways that had once been dismissed as attitude. None of it explained what had happened, but it did suggest that the version of Nate everyone had agreed on, the one that fit neatly into disappointment and dismissal, had been missing something important all along. I locked the door and stepped out onto the sidewalk, the evening air warm against my skin. Jory trotted past, nose to the ground, tail swinging in that easy, unbothered way of his, as if following a logic only he understood. He paused near the corner, sniffed once, then changed direction without explanation. I watched him go, thinking about how much could be learned simply by noticing where someone chose to walk, and why. Whatever had ended Nate Jefferson's life hadn't come out of nowhere. It had grown silently in overlooked spaces no one had thought to question. And now, those spaces were beginning to speak, if anyone was willing to listen. Chapter 15. I didn't expect to see them there at all. Brand's office sat just off Main Street, the kind of place people passed every day without really noticing it. When the door opened and Nate Jefferson's parents stepped out together, I recognized them instantly. Not because I knew them well, but because grief has a way of sharpening even familiar outlines. They paused on the sidewalk. I could have kept walking, but I didn't. "Mr. and Mrs. Jefferson," I said gently. They turned at the sound of my voice. His mother's expression tightened first, polite but guarded. His father's followed a beat later, slower to mask. "I don't know if you remember me. I'm Penelope Penrose," I added. "I just wanted to say how sorry I am." There was a moment of stillness, not awkward, measured. "Yes," his mother said. "Thank you." Her voice held, but barely. "I know words don't do much," I went on, "but the chief and his department are taking this seriously. They'll do everything they can to get justice for Nate." That was when something shifted. His father gave a small shake of his head. "We don't need justice," he said. "We need this finished." His mother nodded, as if relieved he'd said it first. "We did what we could," she added, "with the boy." The boy. She said it the way people did when they'd already closed the book on the story. "He was always willful," she continued, "from the time he was small, pushing boundaries, testing limits." Her husband folded his hands behind his back. "Not like our other two." The comparison hung there, unchallenged, doing its work. "We loved him," she said quickly, "but some people make their own choices, and sometimes those choices—" She trailed off, then straightened. "We don't want all this dug back up. It won't change anything." I nodded because there was nothing else to do. "I understand," I said, though I wasn't sure I did. Not fully. They moved on then, side by side, their steps in tacit agreement. I watched them until they turned the corner, their backs straight, their pace unhurried. I stood there longer than necessary, the sounds of Main Street flowing back around me. "Hard thing," a voice said. I turned to see Mrs. Ellery standing a few feet away, her shopping bag looped over her arm. She hadn't been eavesdropping. She'd been witnessing. "They loved him the best way they knew how," she went on. "That doesn't mean they were right about everything." I didn't respond. She hesitated, then said, "He used to sit on the front steps some evenings," she said. "Nate, long after dark, just sitting there like he was waiting for something to pass." "Did you ever ask him why?" I asked. "Or did you just notice?" She looked down the street, then back at me. "Sometimes people think keeping to yourself means you chose it," she said. "And sometimes it just means you didn't know where else to go." She gave a small, sad smile. "Anyway, I'm glad someone's listening now." She walked on, leaving me alone with the space the Jeffersons had vacated and the echo of words no one had wanted to hear sooner. Justice, I realized, meant different things to different people. For some, it meant answers. For others, it meant not having to reconsider the past at all. And Cornwall, as always, was going to have to decide which kind it could live with and which kind it could bear to question. Chapter 16. The first person to ask me to stop asking questions didn't phrase it that way at all. Rowena Clay, who worked down the street at the Opera House, stood near the back of the shop, fingers brushing the edge of a folded runner she'd already decided not to buy, as if stalling. We'd chatted often enough over the years, about yarn weights, about weather, about nothing that mattered much. "You've been busy," Rowena said lightly, as if that were a compliment. "Have I?" I kept my voice neutral. She smiled. "Seems like it." I waited. "Well," she went on, "people are talking. That's all. Not badly. just noticing. After everything with Sasha, people pay more attention now to who's getting involved. I let that settle. You mean me? She hesitated, then waved a hand toward the street. Yes, the way you've been involved. The word involved settled uneasily between us, heavier than it should have been. I own a shop, I said. People talk to me. That's not what I mean, Rowena said. It's just, some things don't need pulling apart. I folded the runner and set it back on the shelf. You mean the past? Yes. Relief flashed across her face. Exactly. And the present? Her smile tightened. That too, maybe. After Rowena left, the shop felt smaller than it had before. Not emptier, just more contained, as if the walls had closed inward without warning. Later that afternoon, Granny stopped by with a sack of library books and a look I recognized immediately. The one she wore when she'd already heard more than she wanted. They're unsettled, she said, setting the books down with care, which is different from upset. Don't confuse the two. I wasn't planning to. They won't say you're wrong, Granny continued. They'll say you're unnecessary and impolite. That sounds worse, I said. Granny's mouth twitched. It often is. She rested her hands on the counter. This is the part where people decide whether truth is worth the discomfort. And if they decide it isn't, then they'll work very hard to make you feel impolite. I exhaled. I didn't set out to do anything. I know. Granny met my eyes. That's what makes it effective. After she left, I stepped outside to lock the door. The street looked the same, with storefronts catching the late light, cars passing, someone laughing a little too loudly as they crossed the intersection. Jory lay near the curb, half in the shade, tail thumping once when he saw me. I watched him, thinking about how easily people accepted his presence, how no one asked why he chose one doorstep over another, how he belonged without explanation. I turned the key in the lock and felt the small, unmistakable click of finality. Listening wasn't passive. It meant choosing where to stand, and I had the sense people were starting to notice. Chapter 17. Dean didn't come inside the shop this time. He waited just outside the barn doors, one hand resting on the wooden frame. I spotted him as I was straightening the last bolt of fabric, the evening light already thinning. "Chief," I said, stepping out. "Pen." He nodded once. "Didn't mean to catch you off guard." "You didn't." I glanced back at the open doors. I was closing anyway. He stayed where he was. That felt deliberate. Across the street, Jory crossed at an unhurried angle and came to rest near the post office steps, circling once before plopping down as if he'd chosen the spot carefully. Dean followed my glance, then looked back at me. "People are unsettled," he said, "so I'm hearing." "That's not a complaint," he added evenly. I waited. "There are folks who'd prefer this stayed contained," he went on, measured. "And when it doesn't?" "They look for pressure points," he said. His gaze held mine. "Has anyone revealed anything to you?" he asked. The question was direct, not accusatory. "Not exactly," I said. "They've suggested." He nodded. "That tracks," he said. "I'm not investigating," I said. "I'm not asking questions." "I know." His tone was steady. "But you're respected. People talk when you're around. That matters, whether you intend it to or not." I exhaled slowly. "So where does that leave us?" Dean considered that, giving the question the time it deserved. "It tells me the truth is starting to make people uncomfortable. And that worries you." "Yes." He shifted his weight, finally removing his hand from the doorframe. "I won't ask you to stop paying attention," he said plainly. "But I want you to be aware that attention carries weight." "I am." "If anything feels off," he added, "you come to me, not later, not through someone else." "I will." He nodded, satisfied, then stepped back, giving the shop its space again. After he left, the street settled back into itself. A car passed. Somewhere nearby, someone laughed. Jory rose and crossed back toward me, pausing at the edge of the sidewalk. Then he chose the step outside the shop and lowered himself there, half in shadow, half in light. I watched him go, aware of how quickly the past was being arranged and how often that meant something had been left out. Chapter 18. Bran Hawking didn't make appointments either. He showed up. I saw him through the front windows just after lunch, crossing Main Street with the easy confidence of someone who belonged wherever he happened to be standing. He still looked the way he always had. Fit, put together, sandy brown hair swept neatly to the side. But there was something steadier about him now, a kind of ease. He paused when he saw me, then smiled. "Hey," he said, stepping inside. "Tell me you're not about to close." "I'm not," I said. "You're safe." "Good." He glanced around the shop, taking it in as if it was both familiar and impressive. "I was hoping you'd be here." "That sounds ominous," I said. He laughed. "It's not, He gestured vaguely behind him. "Thought I'd check in." I waited. Bran had never been a man who filled silence unnecessarily. He preferred to let it do a little work first. "I ran into Nate's parents this morning," he said finally. That landed differently coming from him. "At your office?" I asked. He nodded. Briefly. They didn't stay long. "They don't seem inclined to," I said. "No," he agreed. "They don't." He edged a hip against the counter, crossing his arms loosely. "They wanted to know what happens next, legally. And I told them what I could, which isn't much." A pause. "Mostly process." "That went over well?" His mouth tilted. "About as you'd expect." I studied him, reassessing. "You're not representing them." "No." He met my gaze. "And I won't." "Why not?" "Because they didn't come looking for representation," he said. "They came looking for reassurance. That this would all stay tidy." He didn't respond right away. Then, "Yes." "That tracks," I said. Bran's eyes softened. "I know you've been adjacent to things." "That's one word for it." "I'm not here to warn you," he said, "or ask you to stop doing anything. I just wanted you to know." He hesitated, then continued. "If someone starts pushing legal narratives early, that's usually not about clarity," he said. "It's about control." "Control of what?" "Of the past," he said simply, "before it gets complicated." I thought of the parents' certainty, how firmly they'd spoken, of his mother's voice saying the boy. "They didn't ask what happened," I said. "They asked for it to be finished." Bran nodded. "That's what concerned me." He straightened, pushing off the counter. "If you hear anything that feels like it's being shaped too neatly—" He stopped himself, then smiled. "Never mind, you already know how to listen." "That wasn't always my strong suit." He laughed. "You were 15, he said. "You get a pass." I beamed at him despite myself. At the door, he paused and looked back at me. "For what it's worth," he said, "towns don't like uncertainty, but the law depends on it." "And people?" "People prefer stories," he said calmly, "even bad ones, especially if they're familiar." After he left, I stood behind the counter for a long moment, letting that settle. Outside, Jory crossed the street again, unbothered, unclaimed, choosing his next place without explanation. I watched him go. The past was already being arranged, and no one had much patience for anything that didn't fit. Chapter 19. I ran into Mark Ellison outside the hardware store one afternoon. I knew him from high school, not as a friend exactly, but as someone you recognized in a small school, even across grades and years. I'd been a senior when Nate and Mark were freshmen, familiar by sight, familiar by story. Mark had been easy to place back then, on the court, in the center of things. Nate had moved through the edges. "Penelope?" he said, surprised. "I heard you were around more." "I've always been around," I said. "Just easier to notice lately, I guess." He smiled at that, then let it fade. We stood there, the late afternoon warm enough to slow people down and loosen conversation. A truck idled nearby. Someone laughed inside the store. "I heard about Nate," he said finally. I nodded. "Most people have." Mark rocked back on his heels. "We were in school together, you remember?" "I remember," I said. "He was something," Mark said, then stopped. "That's not fair. He was a lot." "That sounds more accurate," I said. Mark huffed a soft laugh. He liked people to think he didn't care. Played it up, really. The clown. The guy who couldn't be embarrassed. I waited. "I remember when Nate and some buddies let a crate of chickens loose in the school hallway one spring," he said, smiling despite himself. "Complete chaos. Teachers yelling, kids screaming. The police got called. And Nate took the blame," I said. "Didn't even hesitate," Mark said. "Bowed like it was a performance." He paused. His parents were furious. I mean, furious. Not just about the chickens, about everything. "Because he embarrassed them," I said. "Because he didn't live up to what they wanted," Mark said. "At least, that's how it felt." He looked down the street, then back at me. Sometimes I wonder if he acted like he didn't care because it was easier than trying and falling short. Easier to be the joke than the disappointment. The words hovered between us, uncomfortable and unfinished. "He wasn't stupid," Mark added. "People liked him. He was quick, observant." A beat. He just never seemed convinced any of that would count. I thought of laughter echoing in an empty building, louder than it needed to be, of bravado mistaken for recklessness. "Did you ever say any of that to him?" I asked. Mark shook his head slowly. A breeze moved through the street, carrying the smell of cut grass and motor oil. "I keep thinking about how angry his parents were," Mark said. "Not just after the chickens, before that, too. Like they were already bracing themselves. For failure. For shame," he corrected. He cleared his throat. "Anyway, I don't know what any of that means now. He gestured vaguely. "It's strange what you remember once a name comes back." "It is." He nodded once, as if relieved I hadn't argued. "I'm glad you're listening," he said, echoing words I'd heard before. Then he headed inside, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. I stood there longer than necessary, thinking about how easy it was to mistake defiance for indifference, and how often that mistake went unchallenged, how laughter could be armor, how sometimes the role you play is the only one that keeps you standing. Nate Jefferson hadn't been trying not to care. He'd been trying not to fail. And once that idea took hold, it changed how I remembered that long ago summer and everything I'd let stand in its place. Chapter 20. That summer, Nate had been everywhere with the same small group, Megan Albrecht, Lucas Harwood, Travis Vollmer. They moved through town like a unit, loud enough to be noticed, inconsequential enough not to be questioned. Once I started noticing, it was hard to stop. I saw Megan first. She stood outside the pharmacy, phone pressed to her ear, nodding along to a conversation that didn't seem to require much from her. She looked older than I remembered, married now, settled, her hair pulled back neatly. But there was something familiar in the way she leaned her weight onto one hip, no doubt bracing herself against more than the heat. She laughed at something on the call. The sound rang a little too bright to be effortless. When she spotted me, the laugh cut off mid-breath. "Pen," she said, lowering the phone. "Hi." "Hi," I said. "How are you?" She hesitated. "Just a beat." "I'm okay." That was all she offered. She murmured something into the phone and stepped away, already retreating before the conversation could become anything else. Later, I saw Lucas Harwood at the bank. He stood near the counter with his hands shoved into his pockets, posture loose in a way that suggested confidence rather than comfort. Like his older brother, Denzel, Lucas had their father's height and jaw, but none of the ease Denzel carried so naturally. Lucas glanced toward the door twice while waiting. He seemed to measure how long he could stand still without being noticed. When our eyes met, he nodded. Not unfriendly, not inviting, just acknowledgement. By mid-afternoon, Travis Vollmer came into the hardware store while I was browsing for something I didn't need. He moved swiftly, purposefully, like a man determined not to linger anywhere longer than necessary. He didn't look at anyone directly, not even the clerk, and his shoulders stayed tight, coiled. When he turned and saw me, his face shifted, surprise first, then something harder to read. "Hey," he said, "Hey." Neither of us added anything to that. I left the store a few minutes later with empty hands, the sense growing that I'd been tracing the edges of something without quite touching it. 3 people. 3 separate encounters. None of them connected on the surface. And yet, they moved through town differently than they had before, careful where they paused, cautious about who might be watching, not hiding, just managing. Cornwall already knew something. Not details, not facts, but shape. Silence had started to gather in the places where Nate Jefferson's name had once been spoken casually, without consequence. I walked home slower than usual. The town hadn't pointed a finger, but it had started to look. Chapter 21. I heard about the missing file on a Tuesday morning, standing in line at the post office behind Gladys Singleton, who was mailing a single envelope and still managed to make it an event. "I don't care what anyone says," she remarked, adjusting her glasses as she slid the envelope across the counter. "If a building is about to be opened up again, the paperwork should be airtight." It wasn't gossip, exactly. It was disapproval, which in Cornwall carried more weight. I waited, because Gladys rarely spoke without intending to be heard. "They're finally moving forward with the Harwood renovation," she continued, lowering her voice by a fraction. "Former Civic Center or not, once construction starts, everything gets looked at. Permits, inspections, records." That was new. "The Harwood?" I asked. "I thought that project stalled years ago." "It did," she said briskly, "until it didn't. New contractor, new timeline, and suddenly everyone wants to know what kind of shape the place is really in." The clerk cleared her throat politely, but Gladys was already gathering her things. "And that's when they noticed the gap," she added, turning toward me. "The night watchman logs." "What about them?" I asked. She pursed her lips. "They're gone, not just Nate Jefferson's months, the entire year." The phrase settled between us. Gone. Not misplaced, not damaged, gone. Gladys gave a small, satisfied nod, as if she'd delivered a necessary truth, then stepped aside to let me approach the counter. I mailed my letters and stepped outside into the thin sunlight, my attention trailing behind me. The sidewalk was damp from an earlier mist, the air carrying that half-awake spring smell of earth and thawing leaves. Renovation brought about more than just structural changes. It brought in outsiders, timelines, scrutiny, and records, especially missing ones, had a way of becoming louder once someone went looking for them. I learned more later, though never from a single source. The story traveled in fragments passed delicately from one person to the next. The Harwood, long dormant, was slated to become usable again. Offices, community space, something modern layered over something old. With that came requests for documentation, safety inspections, maintenance reports, access logs. Someone noticed the absence while preparing materials for the contractor. The overnight incident logs, the handwritten notebooks kept by whoever walked the building after hours, were missing for the entire final year the position existed, the year Nate Jefferson worked there. It doesn't mean anything. Someone said to me that afternoon, a little too fast. Those logs were informal. Half the time they were just notes about flickering lights or stuck doors. That may have been true. But informal didn't mean irrelevant. And the longer a story had gone unquestioned, the more unsettling it became when someone finally looked too closely. Later that day, I stopped by Cream Tea and More for a Heva cake. Dense, buttery, comforting in a way I needed more than I wanted to admit. Megan Day was behind the counter. She wore a flour-dusted apron and the distracted expression of someone who had already been awake too long. Motherhood did that. 3 kids would do it faster. "Pen," she said when she saw me. "Timing's good. I just pulled these cinnamon rolls out of the oven." "They smell dangerous, but I have my heart set on a Heva cake," I said, gesturing toward the display. She smiled and turned to retrieve it, sliding the slice into a small box with practiced efficiency. When she set it on the counter, she hesitated, her fingers lingering on the lid. "Can I ask you something?" she said. I nodded. "Do you ever get the feeling," she began, then stopped, exhaling through a humorless laugh, "that people aren't actually asking questions? They're shopping for confirmation?" I didn't answer right away. "Lately," she continued, "everyone wants to talk about that summer, about Nate, about who he was, what he was like. And they don't want complexity. They want something neat. People like tidy endings," I said. She nodded. "Except this isn't an ending. It's a reopening." She leaned against the counter, lowering her voice. "I told someone Nate didn't drink much that summer," she said. "Not like people remember. And now I wish I'd kept my mouth shut." "Why?" "Because now they're correcting me," she said, irritation flashing across her face. "Like memory is something you vote on." I thought of how easily the accident narrative had been set. One bad night, one bad choice. Case closed by time. "You're allowed to remember what you remember," I said. She smiled. "Apparently not." When I stepped back outside, I noticed a shiny red pickup parked across the street, new enough to still look deliberate. Lucas Harwood's. That didn't mean anything on its own. Lucas had taken over managing his father's properties years ago. His schedule bent when he needed it to. Renovations would put him everywhere at once. Still, I noticed. That night, I wrote a single line in my notebook. The story is holding. Because people are holding it. I didn't yet know what would happen when they stopped. Chapter 22. Beats and Treats had the kind of name that sounded whimsical until you found yourself carrying a folding chair across a lawn that hadn't fully decided it was done being spring. Elise walked ahead of me with a blanket draped over one arm like she'd been doing this her entire life, which, to be fair, she probably had. Isla trailed at her side with a small canvas tote and the patient expression of someone who'd agreed to come for the company, not the entertainment. The Italianate house rose at the edge of the property like a relic that had learned how to be useful. Tall windows, bracketed eaves, a porch wide enough for a band, and a summer's worth of opinions. Someone had strung lights along the railing, and already the lawn was dotted with people settling into their spots, chairs unfolding with metallic sighs, blankets being smoothed and tugged into place. A faint sweetness drifted from the treat tent. Warm sugar, fruit, something buttery. Non-alcoholic drinks sat in big glass dispensers, catching the late sunlight like small jewels. "You want me to grab us something?" Elise asked, already scanning the table. "I already had one Heva cake this week," I said. "Might as well make it 2. Elise laughed. "That's the spirit." Isla's mouth quirked. Not sure that's what that word means in this context. We found a spot with a decent view of the porch and enough distance that no one could easily claim we were saving space for another family. Elise laid the blanket down with tidy authority, then dropped her chair onto it like punctuation. As I unfolded mine, I felt that small, familiar tug, the awareness that I was being seen. Not stared at exactly, not noticed in a dramatic way, just registered. It had been like that since the cemetery, since Nate's name had come back into the air. People didn't swarm me with questions. Cornwall wasn't built that way, but there was a new attentiveness now, the subtle recalibration that happens when a town decides you're near something it doesn't know how to hold. The music hadn't started yet. Off to one side, a woman tuned an acoustic guitar, her voice low as she ran through a scale. A teenage boy was adjusting a microphone stand on the porch, while an older man in a baseball cap tested chords and muttered something. The sound system gave a low hum, then a brief, startled squeal. Elise winced. Poor kid. He'll recover, Isla said, but her eyes softened. A few yards away, someone called Elise's name, and she turned with that bright, open smile she saved for town events. She waved, exchanged a few words I didn't catch, then sat again, smoothing her skirt as if she'd just completed a minor civic duty. And that was when I saw Travis. He was near the edge of the crowd, not fully in it, not fully apart, standing back on one heel, a stainless tumbler in his hand. At first glance, he looked fine, normal. The same Travis Vollmer the town had always known. Broad shoulders, sun-reddened forearms, a baseball cap pulled low. But then he lifted the tumbler and drank in a way that felt practiced. Not celebratory, not social, just necessary. Travis moved through Cornwall like he belonged everywhere and nowhere at once. The type of boy who could make you laugh so you didn't notice how much he avoided being serious. Now he looked like a man trying not to be looked at. Isla followed my gaze. Travis Vollmer, she said. Elise glanced that way too, then looked back quickly. I heard he's on his own again, she murmured, the words so soft they barely rose above the lawn noise. Divorced? Isla asked. Elise gave a small shrug. That's what Gladys said. Springtime. Quietly. Isla's expression didn't change much, but something in her eyes tightened. That'll do it, she said, not unkindly. The phrase hung there. Simple, satisfying. A reason you could set down like a stone and tell yourself you'd done the work of understanding. That'll do it. I watched Travis take another drink. He didn't sway, he didn't shout, he didn't do anything that would force a response from anyone else. If you wanted to believe he was just unwinding, you could. If you wanted to believe he was fine, you could. The music began. An acoustic guitar, a woman's voice warm and steady, the kind of song that made people lean back and breathe like they'd been waiting for permission to relax. Elise tapped her foot almost immediately, shoulders loosening. Isla's glance drifted toward the porch, then back toward Travis, then away again, as if she'd caught herself watching. I tried to listen, truly listen, but my attention kept slipping. Travis moved once, crossing behind a cluster of chairs, stopping near the treat tent. He didn't buy anything. He just stood there scanning the crowd, almost looking for someone he didn't want to find. Then he lifted the tumbler again. I told myself not to read into it. But the problem with being a listener, truly, deeply listening, was that you started hearing things that weren't spoken. Like avoidance, like grief that had found a socially acceptable mask. Halfway through the second song, someone sat down in the row in front of us and turned around to say hello to Elise. They exchanged pleasantries, the polite kind that could be stretched thin enough to cover anything. "And how's everything?" the woman asked, in that measured tone that meant something else. Elise smiled. "Oh, you know, June." The woman's eyes flicked to me, brief, courteous, then away. "Such a shame," she said. "All that time and then this." No name, no specifics, just the shared understanding that we were now allowed to reference it without fully speaking it. "It is," Elise agreed. The woman hesitated. "I suppose they'll have to revisit the Harwood now that they're renovating." There it was again, the building, creeping back into conversation without being invited. "I suppose," Elise said, still smiling, still careful. The woman nodded as if she'd accomplished something, then turned back around. Isla drew closer to me. They say, renovating like it's a simple thing. It's not, I said, because renovating wasn't just about plaster and wiring and permits. It was about opening doors that had stayed shut for years. It was about making space usable again, which meant making its history usable too. On the far side of the lawn, Travis laughed suddenly, loud enough to turn a few heads. It wasn't a joyful sound. It was a release. Then he clapped someone on the shoulder, someone I didn't recognize, and moved away again before the interaction could become real. Elise exhaled slowly. I watched Travis tilt his head back and finish what was left in his tumbler. He didn't stumble, but he did stand there afterward, staring at the porch like the music had become too far away. And then, with no obvious reason, he turned and walked off toward the trees at the edge of the property, disappearing into the shadowed path that led behind the historic house. People let him go. No one called out, no one asked if he was all right. The song on the porch carried on, bright and unwavering, smoothing the air. Elise reached for the treat bag and offered it to me. "Have a cake?" I took it, tasting butter and sugar and something bright at the back of my tongue. Normal, comforting. A town trying hard to stay itself. But even as Isla and Elise settled back into the music, I couldn't stop thinking about the way Travis had left. Not dramatically, not in distress, just quietly, like a man stepping out of a story he didn't want to be part of. That night, when I got home, I wrote another line beneath the one from yesterday. Everyone has a reason ready, and I didn't know yet whether those reasons were kindness or cover. Chapter 23. I locked up Augustus Loom just after 5, the day having slipped past more quickly than I'd expected. The street had that late afternoon lull where shops were technically open but already thinking about dinner. A few cars passed. Somewhere down the block, a door chimed, and didn't. I was head down the sidewalk toward home when I spotted Jim Goody outside the bank, keys in one hand, the other extended downward. Jory sat at his feet like he'd been placed there on purpose. "Well," I said, smiling as I crossed the sidewalk, "if I'd known you were offering treats, I'd have come by earlier." Jim looked up, his face breaking into an easy grin. "Pen? You just missed him doing tricks." Jory's tail thumped once against the concrete. Jim chuckled and slipped him something small and biscuit-shaped. "I keep a few in my desk," he admitted. "He stops by most afternoons." "That doesn't surprise me," I said. "He's a good judge of character." Jim laughed at that, but he didn't disagree. The bank doors stood closed behind him, the interior lights already dimmed. He tucked his keys into his pocket and glanced up and down the street, as if checking that everything was where it belonged. "Busy day?" he asked. "Steady," I said. "Which I'll take." "That's the dream," he said. "Steady." As we stood there, the space between us filled by Jory's quiet satisfaction. Then Jim cleared his throat. Not awkwardly, just enough to signal a shift. "People were talking about that music night," he said. "Beats and treats." I nodded. "It was nice. Good turnout." "So I heard." He hesitated, then added, "Travis was there, wasn't he?" There it was. "Yes," I said, he was." Jim nodded, his expression thoughtful rather than curious. "Hard year for him," he said, "with the divorce and all." The words landed softly, practiced, useful. "So I hear," I said. Jim bent to scratch behind Jory's ears, giving both of us something else to look at. "Folks handle things differently," he went on. "Sometimes having a reason helps." "A reason for what?" He didn't say. "Drinking, leaving early, not being quite himself." I watched Jory lean into Jim's hand, trusting, uncomplicated. "I suppose it does," I said. Jim straightened, brushing his palms together. Anyway, I'm sure it'll all settle." The phrase felt familiar already. "Cornwall's good at that," he added kindly. Settling. I thought of the logs, the renovation, the way names had started moving through conversations again, careful and incomplete. "Yes," I said, "it is." Jim smiled, satisfied, not because he'd learned anything new, but because he believed the exchange had served its purpose. "Well," he said, stepping back toward the bank, "good to see you, Pen." "You too," I said. Jory rose and ambled a few steps in my direction, then paused, looking between us as if weighing his options. Jim laughed. "Guess I've been replaced." Jory chose me. As we walked the rest of the way down the block, I thought about what Jim had offered so generously. A reason, a safe place to land, an explanation that required nothing further. It fit too easily, and no one seemed inclined to question it. Chapter 24. Granny's kitchen smelled like freshly brewed coffee when I arrived, the front windows already bright with mid-morning light. Tuesdays at 9 were a constant. The breakfast club met here unless something urgent forced a change, and nothing had in years. Granny liked routine. So did the rest of us, even if we pretended otherwise. Granny sat at the table with her ledger open and a neat stack of folders already laid out. She glanced up as I came in. "Good. You're on time," she said. "We can get through those who have passed on before we start worrying about the living." Terence Kessler laughed as he poured himself a cup of coffee. Always comforting, that order. Mary Ann Albrecht came in behind me, setting her purse on the chair beside hers as she sat. She looked tired in a way that suggested it wasn't new. Katie Nichols slipped in next, offered a quick smile, and took her usual seat. Lydia Hawking arrived last, as she often did, her canvas bag heavy with photocopies and notebooks. "Well," Granny said, bringing her hands together, "let's see who we're sorting out today." For the next half hour, the table filled with maps, family trees, and penciled notes. Lydia and Granny debated dates. Mary Ann traced a surname back through 2 generations. Terence contributed where appropriate and kept to himself when it wasn't. Katie mostly listened. It was comfortable, work that grounded you in time and order. When the last folder was closed and stacked neatly to one side, Granny leaned back in her chair. "There," she said. "No missing heirs, no scandals, a good morning's work." "Which means," Terence said, lifting his mug, "we can now talk about whatever it is we've all been circling." Mary Ann gave a flicker of a smile. "I suppose so." "I heard Beats and Treats went well," Granny said, as if offering an exit ramp. "It did," I said. "Nice turnout." The conversation hovered there a moment before I turned to Mary Ann. "I saw Megan yesterday at Cream Tea. Sounds like she's been busy." Mary Ann nodded. 3 kids under 5 and a part-time job will do that to you. But she's happy. She and Tom are building a good life. "She usually lands on her feet," Granny said. "That girl." Terence tilted his head as if a thought had just struck. "It's funny," he said, "how certain buildings come back into conversation." Granny raised an eyebrow. "You're talking about the Harwood." "I am," he admitted. Lydia folded her hands. "It's a lovely historic structure, on the National Register, no less. You'd think it would have been updated years ago." "History doesn't always get top billing," Granny said, "especially when it costs money." Mary Ann glanced up. Lucas never had much interest in the building, not like his father. Granny sniffed. "That doesn't surprise me." "They're planning to fix it up now," Terence said. "New contractor." Mary Ann stirred her coffee. "Bob said Nate's disappearance didn't raise any red flags," she said. "Back then." "The family assumed he took off," Lydia said. The table went still, not startled, just attentive. "I think they were relieved," Lydia said. "The Jeffersons. They didn't have to worry about what trouble he might get into." Mary Ann nodded. They didn't talk about him after he left. Some families do that, Granny said. They decide what they can live with and close the door. Terence shifted in his chair. Me, I would have wondered where he went, what he was doing, he said, then added, if he was okay. Katie's hands clenched briefly around her mug. He wasn't okay. No, Granny agreed. She looked at me then. You've been quiet, Penelope. I'm listening, I said. Good, she said. That's how you hear what's underneath. Heads nodded. Cups were lifted. The matter, whatever it was, felt decided, without ever being named. As we stood to leave, coats gathered and folders returned to bags, I realized something that hadn't quite crystallized before. No one here believed they were avoiding the truth. They believed they were being kind. And that, I was beginning to understand, was how things in Cornwall were decided, not by force or fear, but by consensus, dressed as care. I stepped out into the morning air with the weight of it following me. The past, resting, and everyone silently agreeing to keep it that way. Chapter 25. The family cemetery sat back from the road in the way forgotten things often do. No sign, no path worn smooth by use, just a shallow pull-off and a stretch of grass that hadn't quite decided whether it belonged to the field or the trees. I parked where the gravel thinned out and walked the rest of the way. Jory, who had insisted on riding along, jumped out and headed toward the tree line without looking back. I didn't call him. Jory did what Jory wanted. There was no gate. At most, a sagging line of old wire half buried by weeds, more suggestion than boundary. The two headstones were still there, small and slightly tilted, as if time had leaned on them. Off to one side, the ground looked different, darker, newly packed. Nate Yepperson's final resting place. No flowers, no marker, just a stretch of earth that didn't blend in yet. I told myself I'd come to check on the stones. It felt mandatory now that the work was finished, but standing there, I knew that wasn't the reason. The place didn't feel settled. It felt paused. A breeze moved through the trees, stirring the grass unevenly. Somewhere nearby, a bird startled into flight, wings cutting the air. Otherwise, it was quiet, not reverent, just unattended. I stood with my hands in my pockets and tried to remember what this spot had felt like before. Less than it does now, I thought. Or maybe just different. A vehicle slowed on the road behind me. I didn't turn right away. The sound was familiar. Tires easing over gravel, the deliberate pace of someone deciding whether to stop. It did. When I looked back, Dean's cruiser sat a few yards from where I'd parked, angled toward the shoulder. The engine cut off and the firm click of a car door landed sharply. "Didn't expect to see anyone out here," he said as he came closer. "I keep looking at that," I said, gesturing toward the darkened earth. He followed my gaze. "They finished what they needed to." "It didn't take long," I said. "It never does." He studied the ground. "You all right?" he asked without looking at me. I hesitated. "I don't think so." He waited. "So many people are acting like this is an inconvenience," I said finally. "Something to manage. His parents want it over. And the town—" I exhaled. "The town wants it quiet again." Dean didn't interrupt. "You're not going to let it disappear," I said. It wasn't a question. "No," he said. That helped more than he probably realized. He glanced toward the trees. "The coroner believes he died instantly, from a fall, or something that looks like one." "If he fell," I said slowly, "someone moved him." "Yes," Dean agreed. "Which matters." The words landed cleanly. "Do you remember who he spent time with back then?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not really. I knew the version people talked about." I stopped. At least I thought I did. Dean nodded. "If anything comes back to you," he said, "I want to hear it." "You will." That was when Jory barked. Once. Clipped. Focused. We both turned. He sat in a patch of taller grass near the trees, tail still, his attention fixed on the ground in front of him. When he saw us looking, he stopped barking and waited. "What is it, boy?" I asked. As I stepped closer, something caught the light. One bright bead, another half buried beside it. The elastic between them was stretched thin, snapped. Dean swore softly. "Don't touch that." I didn't, but my pulse had already begun to race because whatever it was, it didn't belong here, and the ground and Jory seemed to know it. Chapter 26. The bracelet, or what was left of it, sat sealed in an evidence bag on the cruiser's passenger seat. The bright beads, dulled by dirt and time, looked smaller now, less charged, like something that could be explained away if you wanted it to be. I didn't ask where it would go next. Dean didn't volunteer. Jory hopped into my car as if that had been the plan all along. We followed Dean's sedan back into town, the drive quieter than I expected, once the adrenaline faded. I parked beside him behind the station, the afternoon already sliding toward evening. With a wag of his tail, Jory loped off toward downtown. Inside the station, the air smelled of paper and disinfectant, the constant hum of a place that ran on procedure rather than urgency. Dean set the evidence bag on the counter and filled out a form, his handwriting neat and purposeful. "This stays logged as personal property until we know otherwise," he said. "No conclusions." "Of course," I said. That was becoming the phrase of the week. He slid the form into a tray and stepped into his office. Once I was inside, he shut the door and sat back against the desk, arms crossed, contained, not closed. "Here's what I can tell you," he said, "and here's what I can't." I waited. "We've had a report," he said. "Someone remembers Nate getting into a loud argument a couple of weeks before he disappeared." "Who?" "Leon Schaff," Dean said. "You might remember him, or not. He moved away about 5 years ago. The argument was loud enough to stick, but not memorable enough for anyone to think it mattered at the time." I shook my head. The name didn't ring any bells. "Just an argument?" "Some shoving, nothing that brought anyone running, but enough to stick. And now?" "And now it's something we have to follow up on," he said. "Standard." "Do you think it's connected?" Dean didn't respond right away. "I think it tells us Nate wasn't as much a loner as he's been portrayed," he said. "That's all." That felt measured, cautious. "Are you tracking the guy down?" "Yes." "How?" Dean's mouth twitched. Patiently. The quiet pressing in around us. "What about the Harwood?" I asked. "I heard your forensics crew was checking things out." "Everything related to the building is being handled through Denzel Harwood," he said. "Denzel?" I frowned. "Not Lucas?" "That's correct." "That's odd," I said. "Lucas has been managing the properties for years." Dean nodded. "It is unusual, not improper, but unusual." "Did he say why?" "No." I thought of the Breakfast Club, of how quickly people stepped in when something felt uncomfortable. "And you're letting that stand?" I asked. "For now," Dean said. "It doesn't change access records or timelines. It just changes who answers the phone." That felt like an understatement. "We're treating this like what it is," he said. "A disappearance that was never investigated, because at the time, no one thought it needed to be. And now? Now we have a body, and a lot of questions. We're being careful," he said, "which is not the same as being slow." I studied his face, looking for something. Defensiveness, maybe, or doubt. What I found instead was resolve. "You don't think this was just a kid who fell?" I said. Dean held my gaze. "It could have been." But, he said, "someone moved him. Someone was close enough to leave something behind. That means we don't get to rely on assumptions anymore." That was the line, I realized. Not proof, not accusation, permission. "People aren't going to like this," I said. Dean gave a short, humorless laugh. "They rarely do." He opened the door for me, and we stepped out into the cooling air. Across the street, the lights in Three Whiskers were coming on, the town settling into its evening rhythms as if nothing had changed. But something had. Not loudly, not visibly, just enough to set things in motion. As I walked toward my car, I understood what the bracelet really was. Not a clue. Not yet. It was a disturbance. And disturbances had a way of spreading, no matter how meticulously people tried to contain them. Chapter 27. By the next morning, Cornwall seemed slightly rearranged. Not in any way you could point to, not hushed, not louder. It was attentive, like a room where a conversation had paused and everyone was waiting to see who would speak next. I stopped at Cream Tea on my way to the shop, more out of habit than hunger. The bell over the door rang the same as always, bright and cheerful. But the woman behind the counter glanced up a beat too late. Megan Day stood at the register, a paper sack already folded and ready in her hands. She smiled when she saw me. It reached her mouth. It didn't quite reach her eyes. "Morning, Pen," she said. "What can I get you?" I hesitated, then said the first thing that came to mind. "I'll have a scone with cream and jam." The bakery's signature scone came cut in half, thick with strawberry jam and clotted cream. Megan nodded and went to work, placing it carefully in a small box stamped with the bakery's logo. She slid it across the counter without comment. No small talk, no mention of the kids, no easy complaints about sleep or schedules. That, more than anything, felt new. As she rang me up, her gaze flicked briefly toward the door, then back to the register. "Busy already?" I asked. "Always," she said, too fast. Then, after a pause, "You know how it is." I did. I paid and thanked her, aware of how deliberately she avoided meeting my eyes again. Outside, the sidewalk hummed with low morning traffic. A delivery truck idled at the curb. Across the street, someone paused mid-conversation as I passed, then resumed once I was out of earshot. It wasn't paranoia, it was pattern. At Augustus Loom, I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar scent of wood and wool grounding me. I ate the scone standing up before the day began in earnest. The morning passed steadily. Customers browsing, a repair dropped off, a question about a loom model I'd answered 100 times before. Still, I felt watched, not suspiciously, not with fear, with curiosity. Late morning, I went for a walk. Jory kept pace beside me, stopping now and then to sniff common spots as if confirming they still belonged to him. Outside the bank, Jim Goody stood on the sidewalk speaking with Harriet Thorson, one of the town's more illustrious citizens. She offered me a polite smile and then turned and walked the other way. "How's your day going?" Jim asked. "Steady," I said. "How about yours?" He nodded, eyes flicking briefly toward the street. The chief stopped by earlier. That landed with more weight than it should have. "Oh," I said. "Routine," Jim added quickly. "Asking about Nate. Whether he had an account." "Did he?" Jim shook his head. "Not many 20-year-olds do." We stood there a moment, the bank doors opening and closing behind us, the town moving on cue. "Did he ask if you knew anyone else?" I asked. Understanding flickered in Jim's eyes. He did. No to that one, too. "Gathering information is the best first step," I said, watching Jory cross the street without looking back. Jim hesitated, then said, "Word is, you found something out at the old cemetery." "Jory actually found it," I said. I shrugged. "Hard to know if it's significant." "People are already filling in gaps," he said. I figured they would. As I walked away, something else settled into place. No one was asking me questions. They were watching to see what I did with the conclusions they assumed I already had. By the time I locked up for lunch, The sense of being slightly out of step had fully taken hold, not excluded. Included too soon. I paused on the sidewalk, the town unfolding around me in its usual way. People went about their business and waited to see what I'd do next. Chapter 28. I ran into Travis Vollmer outside the hardware store. Not literally. He stepped back at the last second, a coil of rope slung over one shoulder, a paper sack tucked under his arm. He looked thinner than I remembered, sharper somehow, as if the edges of him had been worn down. "Sorry," he muttered, then looked up and stopped. "Oh," he said. "Hey." "Hey," I said. We stood there a beat too long, the door swinging shut behind him, the bell inside chiming uselessly. "How have you been?" I asked. He adjusted the rope on his shoulder. "Fine." It wasn't defensive, just flat. I was sorry to hear about the divorce. "For the best." He hesitated, then added, "I guess." The bleakness in his eyes told a different story. "Doesn't make it any easier," I said. "No," he agreed. "No, it doesn't." "Still doing carpentry?" I asked. "Mostly," he said, "some drywall. Depends who calls." I nodded. The conversation felt narrow, balanced. He glanced past me, then back again. "You've been busy." "Same as always," I said. His mouth tightened. "Yeah, I hear you've been around." There it was. "Around?" I echoed. "Asking questions." A pause. "About Nate." Just the way he said the name felt practiced, familiar in a way that suggested repetition rather than memory. "You and Nate were friends," I said. "We hung out some." He looked down, scuffing the toe of his boot against a crack in the concrete. I hadn't thought about him in years. I didn't believe that, not fully. Did he ever seem worried? I asked. Or under pressure? From anyone? Travis's eyes snapped back to mine. "Not sure what you're getting at." "I'm not getting at anything," I said. "I just wondered if he ever mentioned being afraid or having trouble with someone." He laughed. "Nate wasn't afraid of anything or anyone." "Sounds like you knew him well." That did it. His shoulders tensed, his posture closing like I'd crossed a line I hadn't seen. "You didn't have to be close to him to know that," he said. "Ask his parents. Ask anyone." A truck rumbled past on the street. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked. Travis shifted the rope again, then stepped back. "I've got to go," he said. "For what?" I asked. "Life," he said, and this time the smile didn't try to be anything else. He walked off without looking back. I stood there a moment longer, watching the space he'd left behind. Nothing he'd said proved anything, but it didn't feel like nothing either. Chapter 29. The air had cooled by the time I sat on the porch, the day finally loosening its grip. The street was serene in the way Cornwall evenings often were. Screen doors shut, supper dishes stacked, the town exhaling. I had just set my glass down when headlights swept briefly across the front of the house. Dean's sedan pulled to the curb. He didn't honk, just shut off the engine and got out, hands in his pockets, scanning the porch as if he'd half expected me to be there. "Evening," he said. "Evening," I replied. "You want to sit?" He nodded and took the step beside me, the wood creaking under his weight. "I talked to Leon Schaff," he said, straight to it. I appreciated that. "He didn't dodge the call," Dean went on. "Didn't lawyer up, answered everything I asked." "That's usually a good sign," I said. "It is." He leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees. According to him, the argument people remember was about a bike. A bike? Nate had promised to help him fix it, kept putting him off. Then Leon found out Nate sold it instead. I considered that. That would sting. "It did," Dean said. "Leon admits he shoved him. More frustration than anger. No punches, no threats. Never spoke to him again after that? He's saying they weren't close, I said. Dean glanced at me. You're ahead of me. Just a guess. He confirmed it, Dean said. Said they didn't party together, didn't run in the same circle, that Lucas Harwood and Travis Vollmer were the ones Nate spent time with. Leon was sorry to hear about Nate. Said Nate had some good qualities, that maybe, given time, he'd have grown up. He never had the chance, I said. No, Dean agreed. And based on everything so far, Leon drops to the bottom of my list. I watched the last of the daylight slip behind the trees. I ran into Travis today. Dean didn't react, just waited. He acknowledged knowing Nate, I said, but he minimized it. Said they hung out some, nothing more. And? Dean asked. And when I asked whether Nate had ever seemed worried or under pressure, he shut down. I paused. Not angry, just closed. That tracks. With what? I asked. With someone who doesn't want their version of events revisited, he said, for reasons that may or may not be criminal. I let that sit. You didn't accuse him, Dean said. No. Good. He leaned back. Right now, I need people to talk more than I need them to protect themselves. The porch light flicked on automatically, softening the space between us. Lucas still not handling Harwood business? I asked. No, Dean said. His father stepped in. That's still unusual. Yes, he agreed. Still not illegal. He stood, stretching slightly, then stepped off the porch. At the bottom, he paused. If you hear anything else, he said, anything that doesn't quite fit, tell me. I will. I know, he said, and meant it. He walked back to his car. The engine started, and the headlights disappeared down the street. I stayed where I was, the evening settling back around me. The investigation wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but it had started to choose its shape, and I had the sense that before long, someone wouldn't like where it was headed. Chapter 30. I didn't plan to see Megan again so soon. She came into Augustus Loom mid-morning, the bell over the door ringing as she stepped inside with a baby asleep in an umbrella stroller, a toddler on her hip, and another trailing behind her, fingers dragging along the doorframe as if counting the grooves. Hey, she said when she saw me, you brought the kids. She smiled. Where I go, they go. I watched as she parked the stroller near the window and guided the other two toward the basket of wooden blocks on the low shelf. They became absorbed without fuss. What can I help you with? I asked. She hesitated. Not long, just enough to register. I'm looking for a gift, she said. Something small. For who? A friend. She glanced toward the children, then back. Nothing specific. I nodded and moved toward the display table near the front. We've got a few things that work for that. She followed, her gaze skimming the shelves without really landing. When she spoke again, her voice was casual, almost practiced. Chief Albers has been asking around, she said. Yes, I said, trying to figure out what happened to Nate. It's been a long time. I don't really see the point. She paused. He's gone. Nothing's going to bring him back. The chief wants clarity, I said. That usually comes before anything else. I don't know. She picked up a woven bookmark, turned it over, then set it back down. Nate's mother came into cream tea yesterday. She doesn't want anything reopened. It struck me as an odd way to talk about your own child. Everyone assumed Nate had just left, Megan went on. People were fine with that. One shoulder lifted and fell. It's not like most of them liked him anyway. You did, I said. She looked at me, startled, then laughed, a quick sound that didn't quite settle. He could be fun. He could also be exhausting. Behind us, a block toppled and was rebuilt. You and he were close, I said. Not a question. Her posture shifted, subtle, defensive without being sharp. I knew him. That was no secret. Would you say you were friends? She considered the word. Socially. We were in the same circles. He was easy to be around, always joking. Something flickered across her face before she reached for a scarf, running the fabric between her fingers. He was under a lot of pressure, she said. From who? Everyone, she said. His parents. Himself. He couldn't seem to get out of his own way. That happens, I said. When was the last time you saw him? Weeks before he disappeared. The response came too easily. At Cream Tea? I asked. She shook her head, smiling. I didn't work there then. I was home from college. Summer break. Do you remember where you saw him? She frowned. A party. Or maybe it wasn't a party. Just people together. She exhaled. That summer feels like another lifetime. She straightened. Look, whatever you're trying to piece together, I can tell you one thing. What's that? I didn't hurt Nate. Her eyes shone. I couldn't have. I wasn't suggesting you did. Her gaze dropped, then lifted again. Nate made choices. That's all I'm saying. She reached for the stroller. I should go. Of course. She paid quickly, thanked me twice, and ushered the children toward the door with a briskness that hadn't been there when she arrived. When the bell rang behind her, the shop felt suddenly quieter. Not empty, controlled. I stood where I was, replaying the conversation, not for what she'd said, but for how carefully she'd said it. Weeks before. Socially. Easy to be around. He couldn't get out of his own way. None of it meant anything on its own. But together, it felt arranged. And for the first time since Nate's body had been found, the accident story didn't just feel incomplete. It felt practiced. Chapter 31. I spotted Mary Ann working alone in the community garden on my way home that evening. She saw me at the same time and lifted a hand in greeting. Where are all your helpers? I asked as I approached. Probably already home, she said with a small smile. I just wanted to finish harvesting the garlic scapes before calling it a day. I glanced down the neat rows, peas climbing patiently, lettuce and spinach thick and glossy, asparagus standing tall. The garden looks incredible. Our garden, Mary Ann corrected gently. It belongs to everyone. Well, I said, everyone's very lucky. I didn't mean to interrupt, I added. Just saying hello. You're not a disruption, she said. She laughed, but the sound didn't linger. We worked in companionable silence, the soft snip of stems filling the space between us. Megan stopped by to see me, Mary Ann said at last. She mentioned you. I kept my expression neutral. Yes? She said the two of you had a good talk. We did. Mary Ann nodded. She's been unsettled lately, more than usual. She has a lot going on. She does. Mary Ann slid the snips into her apron pocket and finally looked at me. But this isn't about the children. No? She said you asked her about Nate. I did. Mary Ann considered that, her gaze steady. She told me she hadn't seen him in months before he disappeared. Something in my chest tightened. Not alarm, just awareness. She was very clear about that, Mary Ann added. Said she'd distanced herself from that group well before then. That's not how she described it to me. Mary Ann blinked. Just once. How did she describe it? She said weeks. The garden seemed to hold its breath. Mary Ann's mouth pressed into a thin line. That's different. Yes. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The air stayed calm, but the quiet had weight now. She's trying to protect herself, Mary Ann said finally, and her family. I understand that. She's not hiding anything terrible, Mary Ann said. I would know. You might, I said, or you might know what she's afraid of. Marianne exhaled slowly. Megan's always been sensitive. She takes responsibility for things that don't belong to her. Like Nate? Yes. She met my eyes then, something close to appeal in her expression. Dragging this back into the light won't help him. It might help what actually happened. Marianne shook her head. Truth isn't always the kindest thing. No, I said, but sometimes it's the only thing that keeps people from deciding what happened too soon. She didn't answer. Instead, she retrieved the snips and returned to cutting, her movements precise, practiced. Just be careful, Pen, she said without looking up. Once people feel exposed, they don't respond well. I won't keep you, I said. She was already working again. On the walk home, I turned the conversation over in my mind. Months, weeks. Neither meant much on its own, but together they marked a boundary. Megan hadn't lied outright. She'd adjusted, chosen what to offer and to whom. And now the question wasn't what she remembered. It was what everyone else was willing to carry forward. Chapter 32. My mind was still turning over everything from the day before when Dean called mid-morning. I'm over at the Harwood, he said. If you're free, you might want to come take a look at something. He didn't sound urgent. He didn't sound casual either. I'll be there, I said. The Harwood looked much the same from the outside, tall, dignified, a little tired. A building that had been waiting for permission to become something again. A temporary fence cut across one side of the lot, orange cones clustered near a service entrance. Renovation, I thought, or the promise of it. Dean met me at the door, already in a hard hat. He handed me one without comment. Nothing official, he said as we stepped inside. I just wanted another set of eyes. The interior smelled of dust and old wood. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, catching on drifting motes. The place had good bones. Everyone said that, but it also held shadows that didn't quite belong to the present. We moved toward the central stairwell. This is where the fall was believed to have started, Dean said. Not definitive, just factual. The stairs curved gently, the railing worn smooth from decades of hands. I ran my fingers along the banister as we climbed, feeling the polish of age. At the top floor, Dean stopped and crouched, tapping a section of railing near the head of the stairs. This part doesn't match. At first glance, it all looked the same. Dark wood, even stain. But once he pointed it out, I couldn't unsee it. The grain was tighter, the joinery cleaner, the fasteners newer. That section isn't original, I said. No, Dean agreed. The rest of the railing dates back decades. This? He rapped it lightly with his knuckle. 10 years, maybe a little more. A chill moved up my spine. Someone replaced it. Yes. Recently? No. He shook his head. A long time ago. I pictured Nate, young, unsteady, reaching out. Why replace just this part? I asked. Dean straightened. That's the question. He put a hand on the banister and gave it a careful shake. It held firm now. Wood like this doesn't fail all at once, he said. It weakens. It gives warning. You're saying it might have been loose. I'm saying someone noticed enough to fix it. And no injury was reported, I said. Dean didn't respond. We stood there, the stairwell holding the silence. I imagined footsteps from another time, boots on wood, a laugh echoing too loudly, a hand reaching for support that wasn't there. Could he have grabbed it when he fell? I asked. It's possible, Dean said. If the railing gave way, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself. No, I swallowed. And if no one was looking for him? If no one thought anything bad had happened, there'd be no reason to document it, Dean finished. No scene, no report. Just a repair. The stairwell felt suddenly narrower, the wall closer, the drop farther than it had a moment before. "Who ordered the fix?" I asked. Dean's expression didn't change, but something sharpened behind his eyes. Recognition, not surprise. "That's what I'm trying to find out." "So it still could have been an accident." "Yes," he said, "but not a simple one." We went back down, the building creaking around us. Outside, the light felt harsher than before. At the door, Dean paused. "I don't want this getting out yet." "It won't," I said. "This doesn't mean anyone meant for Nate to die," he added. "I know," I said, and I did. But as I walked away from the Harwood, the thought wouldn't leave me. Something had broken. Someone had noticed, and in fixing it, they'd erased the only evidence that anything had ever gone wrong. Chapter 33. Dean didn't call it an interview. He called it a quick conversation, which I'd learned was what he said when he wanted cooperation without alarm. "Come with me," he told me the next afternoon. "I want you to hear this for yourself." We met behind the station and drove in separate cars a few blocks out toward the edge of town, where the houses thinned, the yards widened, and sheds multiplied like they had their own zoning code. Pete Ball's place looked exactly like a handyman's place should. 2 vehicles in various states of repair, a stack of lumber tilted forward under a tarp, a wheelbarrow tipped on its side like it had simply given up for the day. Pete answered the door before we knocked, as if he'd seen us coming. His tool belt jingled when he stepped out, and a Milwaukee Bucks Fear the Deer Carhartt hat sat low on his brow, casting a shadow that made his expression hard to read, until he smiled. "Chief," he said, tipping the brim. His gaze turned to me. "Penelope." "Pete," I said. Dean kept it simple. "Appreciate you making time." Pete shrugged, like time was something he could patch later. "Depends what you need." "We're revisiting some things connected to the Harwood," Dean said. The expression on Pete's face dimmed, not dramatically, just enough to notice. "The Harwood," he repeated. Dean nodded. "About 10 years back. You were doing odd jobs around town then." "Still am," Pete said, "just with more knee pain." Dean didn't smile. He didn't push. He waited. Pete scratched at his jaw, eyes narrowing as he searched his memory. "I did a couple things over there," he said finally. "Not often. Mostly it was locked up, but yeah, a few small jobs." "Do you remember repairing the stair rail?" Dean asked. Pete blinked once. Then he looked toward the yard, the tarp, covered lumber, the driveway, anywhere but at Dean. "Yeah," he said. My stomach nodded. "You do," Dean said calmly. Pete let out a breath through his nose. "I do." "What do you remember about it?" Dean asked. Pete stepped off the porch and walked a few paces, like he needed movement to get the words out. "That rail was bad," he said. "Not the whole thing, just the upper section. Rotten. You could press your thumb into it if you tried." He glanced back at us. It wasn't safe. Dean's posture shifted, not visibly but deliberately. "How did you get called in?" he asked. Pete rubbed the back of his neck. "Denzel." The name landed with a thud. "Denzel Harwood called you," Dean said. Pete nodded. "Didn't explain much. Just said it needed fixing. Quick." "Quiet?" Dean asked. Pete made a face. Not the word he used, but yeah, that was the sense. "Did he say someone had fallen?" Dean asked. Pete shook his head immediately. "No, if he had, I would have asked questions. I would have—" He stopped, swallowed. "He didn't say that." "What did he say?" Dean asked. Pete looked down at his boots. "That the building might be opened up for a tour. Some committee thing. He didn't want anyone getting hurt." Of course, I thought. It was exactly the right explanation. Responsible. Boring. Unarguable. "When did you do the work?" Dean asked. Pete hesitated. "Late summer, I think. It was hot. I remember sweating through my shirt." He shrugged. I couldn't give you a date. Late summer, about 10 years ago, Dean said. Pete nodded. And what did the rail look like when you got there? Dean asked. Pete stared at the yard like he was seeing something else layered over it. It was broken, he said. Broken how? Dean asked. Jagged, Pete said. Splintered, like somebody grabbed it and it gave way. Not clean, not old wear. It had failed. The words settled between us. Did you see any sign of an accident? Dean asked. No, Pete said. No blood, no mess, nothing like that. He glanced at me. Just busted wood? And you replaced it, Dean said. Pete nodded. Did you keep the broken piece? Dean asked. Pete let out a short, humorless laugh. No, it was trash. I tossed it. Where? Dean asked. Dump. Burn pile somewhere. He looked genuinely regretful. I didn't think it mattered. Did you invoice Denzel? Dean asked. Pete grimaced. No. Why not? He paid cash, Pete said. I didn't think much of it. People do that. Did anyone else see you there? Dean asked. Pete thought. Maybe if someone drove by, I parked out front, but no one was inside. Dean let the silence stretch, then asked, was the rail already broken when you arrived, or did it break while you were there? Already broken, Pete said immediately. Dean's eyes sparked like he'd expected that. Anything else you remember? Pete opened his mouth, closed it, then stared at the yard again. I remember thinking, he said slowly, that it was lucky nobody got hurt. The words sat heavy in the heat. Dean thanked him. We left without ceremony, driving back into town like we'd only run an errand. But the whole way, my thoughts circled the same fact, refusing to abate. The banister hadn't been replaced because it was old. It had been replaced because it had failed. Not proof, not yet. But it fit in a way the accident story never had. And someone, years ago, had wanted that failure to stop existing. Chapter 34. Dean didn't use the word murder. Not when he called me. Not when I met him at the station. Not even when he shut his office door and set a manila folder on the corner of his desk like it might bite if handled carelessly. He didn't need the word. The fact that he'd asked me to come in, asked, not summoned, told me enough. Sit, he said, gesturing to the chair across from him. I did, smoothing my hands over my skirt out of habit more than nerves. On top of the folder lay a single photograph, the stairwell at the Harwood. The banister curved along the wall like a dark ribbon, and even in the grainy lighting, I could see the section that didn't belong. Dean watched my eyes go to it. I spoke with Pete Ball, he said. I was there, I reminded him. He nodded. I had him put it in writing, informal, but it fixes the repair in time and connects it to Denzel Harwood. And paid in cash, I said. And cash payment, he agreed. He leaned back and exhaled slowly. That part isn't illegal, you know that. I do. But it tells me something happened in that stairwell that needed to be handled swiftly and quietly, he said. And it tells me the owner was involved. The office felt suddenly smaller, as if the walls had edged inward to listen. Dean rested his hand on the folder. I'm opening an investigation. The words weren't dramatic. They didn't need to be. I felt the change anyway, like a floorboard giving just enough to register. You can do that, I asked. I can request it, he said, and I can justify it. His gaze stayed steady. A body recovered after 10 years. A prior assumption of voluntary disappearance. New information tied to the original scene. Are they going to let you? I asked. Dean's mouth tightened. They don't have to like it. They just have to approve it. The DA, I said. He didn't confirm it. He didn't need to. What does opening it actually mean? I asked. It means we treat this as an unattended death with unresolved questions, he said. We rerun what can be rerun. We re-interview the people who were around him. We document what was never documented. And Denzel? I asked. Dean's eyes flicked back to the photograph. And Denzel? I pictured him. Pressed shirts, cautious smiles, a man who liked decisions to look inevitable. The kind of man who fixed problems before anyone had time to name them. How do you approach someone like that? I asked. Carefully, Dean said. Professionally. I'm not accusing him of anything. A pause. Not yet. That small addition chilled me more than any accusation would have. What about Lucas? I asked. Dean's expression didn't change. He's still not the point of contact for the building. So Denzel controls the conversation, I said. Dean gave a faint, humorless smile. That's one way to put it. He slid the folder toward me, not to read, but to make the sharing tangible. I want you to know what's happening, he said, because you're going to feel it. I looked up. Feel what? The town, he said. They've been able to keep this distant. He left. It was a long time ago. It didn't matter. His voice stayed even, but there was something firm beneath it. Opening a case makes it present tense. A knock sounded at the door. Dean didn't look surprised. Come in. Katie stepped inside, her expression already wary. She glanced at me, then back to Dean. Sorry, she said. I didn't know you had company. It's fine, Dean said. What is it? She held up a yellow sticky note. Denzel Harwood called, she said. Twice. Wants to know when you're coming by. Said he'd like to clear up any confusion about the building before rumors start. Dean's eyes sharpened. Did he say how he knew we were looking into it? Katie shook her head. No. Dean took the note and set it on top of the folder. Thank you. Katie lingered a beat, then looked at me. Hi, Pen, she said. Sympathy there, and something like warning. Hi, I said. When she left, Dean rested his hand flat on the folder. Well, he said, that didn't take long. He's already responding, I said. Yes, Dean agreed, and that tells me opening the case was the right call. I looked again at the photograph, at the railing that had been broken and made whole. Perhaps the break itself had been the problem. People aren't going to like this, I said. Dean angled closer. People rarely like being reminded the past isn't finished with them. I stood, my legs feeling slightly unsteady. What do you need from me? I asked. His answer came without hesitation. Nothing you haven't already been doing. Listen. Pay attention, and if something doesn't sit right, tell me. I nodded. Outside, the afternoon moved on like any other. Cars passed. A couple crossed the street with a grocery bag. Someone laughed near the corner. Normal life continuing. But Dean had done more than reopen a case. He'd reopened a decade, and the town wasn't done with it yet. Chapter 35. Dean asked me to come with him. Not because he needed backup or that I had a role to play, but because, as he put it, I don't want there to be any confusion later about who heard what. That alone told me the conversation mattered. We met Denzel Harwood at the Harwood. The irony wasn't lost on me. He was already there when we arrived, standing just inside the open doors, hands clasped loosely in front of him, surveying the space like a man mentally inventorying what still needed attention. He wore a pressed button-down and slacks that looked untouched by dust, despite the caution tape and stacked cones. If he noticed the hard hats, he gave no sign. "Chief," he said, stepping forward. Then, with equal warmth, "Penelope." His voice was familiar, even, the voice of someone accustomed to being heard and believed. "Mr. Harwood," Dean said, "thank you for meeting with us." "Of course." Denzel gestured around him. "I understand there have been questions. I thought it best to address them directly." He didn't ask what the questions were. We moved toward the stairwell without ceremony. Denzel set the pace, unhurried, confident, as if this were a tour he'd given many times before. "This building has been my responsibility for a long time," he said. "Longer than most people realize." Dean nodded. "We're interested in a repair made to the stair railing roughly 10 years ago." "Yes," Denzel said easily. "I expected that would come up." I glanced at Dean. He gave nothing away. "I was informed the banister had become unsafe," Denzel continued. "Softwood rot, deferred maintenance, the sort of thing you address before it becomes a liability." "Who informed you?" Dean asked. "One of my contacts," Denzel said. "I don't recall which. It was a minor issue." "Minor enough to fix quietly," I said before I could stop myself. Denzel turned to me, his expression still pleasant. "Quietly isn't how I'd describe it. Promptly, perhaps." "Why prompt?" Dean asked. "Because liability doesn't wait," Denzel said, "and because the building was closed. I had no reason to believe anyone would have been inside it at all." Something tightened in my chest. "You paid Pete Ball in cash," Dean said. "Yes," Denzel replied without hesitation. "He was handling several small jobs for me at the time. Cash was simpler." "There was no invoice," Dean said. Denzel's mouth curved. "It wasn't a large repair." "Did you know someone had fallen?" Dean asked. Denzel didn't answer immediately. He rested a hand on the newer section of the banister and looked down the stairwell, as though revisiting it through memory rather than sight. "I knew there had been an incident," he said. "What kind of incident?" Dean asked. "I was told a young man had been inside the building and had hurt himself." My breath caught. "Who told you that?" Dean asked. Denzel hesitated, just long enough to be human. "I don't remember." "You didn't ask for details?" Dean pressed. "At the time," Denzel said, "my concern was ensuring the building was safe and that the situation didn't escalate unnecessarily." "Escalate," I repeated. "Yes." His gaze settled on me, calm and direct. There was no report, no complaint, no indication that medical care had been sought. I was told the young man left town shortly afterward. "So you assumed he was fine," I said. "I assumed," Denzel corrected gently, "that the matter had resolved itself." Dean's voice remained even. "You didn't report the injury." "No injury was reported to me," Denzel said. "Only a broken railing." "That railing could have killed someone," I said. Denzel didn't flinch, "which is why I fixed it." The words sat between us, complete, immaculate, unassailable. "You didn't follow up," Dean said. "I acted appropriately given the information I had," Denzel replied. "Had someone come forward, had there been a claim, a report, a reason to involve authorities, I would have done so." "But no one did," I said. "No," Denzel agreed. "They didn't." The stairwell held the quiet, the kind that made you aware of how narrow the space was, how long the fall. "I understand how this looks now," Denzel said, "with hindsight, but at the time this was a maintenance issue, nothing more." Dean nodded once. "I appreciate your cooperation." Denzel smiled, not with relief at avoiding trouble, but with the satisfaction of a man who believed he had answered correctly. As we walked back toward the doors, he spoke again. "For what it's worth, I'm very sorry about Nate Jefferson. Truly." I believed him. That was the most unsettling part. Outside, the sunlight felt too bright. "Did you hear what he didn't say?" I asked once we were alone. "Yes," Dean said. "He never said he checked," I said. "Never said he made sure." "No," Dean agreed. "He fixed the problem he could see." "And left the rest alone," I said. Dean looked back at the building, its dark windows patient and unreadable. "That," he said, "is sometimes how people disappear." Chapter 36. The quarry was louder than it looked from the outside. Music pulsed just beneath conversation level, a playlist designed to keep things buoyant without demanding attention. A hand-lettered sign near the door announced the Animal Shelter fundraiser, a glass jar already half full of bills and loose change. Someone had brought their dog, of course they had, and it lay contentedly beneath a table while people stepped around it with practiced care. Elise and Isla claimed a small table near the back, already sorting raffle tickets and debating which basket offered the best odds. I stopped at the bar to add a donation, then excused myself toward the hallway that led to the restrooms. That was when I saw Lucas Harwood. He was leaning against the wall just outside the men's room, one foot braced behind him, a short glass in his hand. He looked polished in the way he always did, tailored jacket, clean boots, but something about him didn't quite fit the setting tonight. There was a rigidness to his posture, a tension that felt held rather than worn. His stare hovered over the crowd, unfocused, like he was replaying something he hadn't meant to remember. I slowed, already deciding whether to turn back. Too late. His eyes found mine, and something flickered there. Recognition, calculation, irritation, gone almost before I could name it. "Penelope," he said, straightening, "didn't expect to see you here." "It's a fundraiser," I said, "for the shelter." "I know," he replied. "I donated." I believed him. Lucas was good at the visible parts of being civic-minded. We stood there through an awkward beat, the kind that settles in your shoulders. People passed behind me, the hallway narrowing and opening again. "How's your brother?" I asked. The question landed harder than I intended. Lucas's jaw tightened. "Busy." "That seems to be the word of the week." He took a sip of his drink, then lowered it, studying the rim as if it might offer guidance. "He prefers to handle things himself." "I've noticed." His gaze snapped back to mine. "You have?" "Yes." Another pause. Not silence. Music and laughter filled the space, but a pause between us all the same. "You've been talking to a lot of people," he said. "People talk," I replied. "That's not an answer." "No," I said. "It's an observation." He let out a short laugh, more breath than sound. "You have a way of standing just far enough back to see things." I didn't respond. "You know," he continued, lowering his voice, "this isn't what it looks like." "What does it look like?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "That's the problem. Everyone's filling in blanks, acting like something was hidden." "Something was fixed," I said. His fingers tensed around the glass. "That building was falling apart," he said. "It needed work everywhere. One repair doesn't mean—" "I didn't say it did," I interrupted gently. He stopped, recalibrating. "My brother didn't do anything wrong," Lucas said. "He handled a maintenance issue. That's it." "I'm sure that's how it felt at the time," I said. "That's how it was," he insisted. I studied his face, the tension around his eyes, the way his shoulders sat just a little too high. "You weren't involved." It wasn't a question. "No," he said quickly. Then, after a beat, "Not the way you're implying." "I'm not implying anything," I said. "I'm listening." His laugh this time was sharper. "That's what worries me." I let the words rest. "Do you remember Nate?" I asked. Lucas looked away. "Everyone remembers Nate now." "I mean then." He swallowed. "He was around. He wanted to be liked. He wanted things to be easier than they were." "That's not a crime," I said. "No," Lucas agreed. "But it's not a mystery either." "Maybe not," I said. "But dying without anyone asking questions is." He flinched, just slightly. "People made assumptions," he said. "That happens." "Sometimes," I said, "until it doesn't." The restroom door opened and a man stepped out. glancing between us before moving on. The hallway felt narrower again. Lucas pushed off the wall, straightening his jacket. "Look," he said, "I don't know what you think you're doing, but stirring this up, it's not going to help anyone." He leaned in just enough that only I could hear him over the music. "My brother is trying to protect the town." I met his look. "From what?" Lucas opened his mouth, then closed it. He stepped back, the moment gone. "Enjoy the fundraiser," he said. "Say hi to your cousins." Then he disappeared into the crowd with the ease of someone used to slipping back into place. I stood there a bit longer, the noise of the quarry rushing in to fill the space he'd left behind, protecting the town. I thought of a broken banister, of a soundless repair, of a story that had died down because it was easier that way. When I returned to the table, Elise looked up. "Everything okay?" "Yes," I said, sitting down. And for the first time that night, I realized how small that word had become and how much weight it could no longer carry. Chapter 37. Granny didn't bake mincemeat pie for just anyone. In Cornwall, that detail mattered. When she handed me the wrapped dish that afternoon, she did it with the casual authority of someone delivering a message in plain sight. "Take this to Mary Ann," she said, "and tell Bob I made 2. I adjusted my grip, feeling the weight of the glass pie plate through the towel. 2? "1 for me," she said, as if that explained everything. "1 for him. He gets sentimental about it. Don't ask." "I wasn't going to," I said, but she was already turning back to her counter, finished with the subject. The drive across town took less than 5 minutes. The light had that late-day haze that made everything look gentler than it felt. Mary Ann's kitchen window was open when I pulled in, and the faint scent of something herbal drifted out. Drying chamomile, maybe, or the sharpness of mint. The house held warmth, not loud warmth, but the kind that lived in clean counters, worn wooden chairs, and a kettle that was always ready. Mary Ann came to the door before I knocked twice. "Pen," she said, her smile arriving quickly. Too quickly, like she'd chosen it before she saw me. "Hi," I said. "Granny sent something over." Her eyes dropped to the pie dish. Something in her expression softened despite herself. "Oh," she murmured. She remembered. "She said to tell Bob she made 2. Mary Ann stepped aside. "He'll be thrilled." The kitchen was tidy in the way Mary Ann's spaces were. Nothing left out without purpose. Bob sat at the table with his reading glasses perched low on his nose, a folder open in front of him. He looked up the moment I entered, his expression briefly distant, like he'd been somewhere else entirely. Then he smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. "Mincemeat," he said, already pushing back his chair. "She made 2, I repeated. He let out a sound that was half laugh, half sigh. "Of course she did." Mary Ann took the pie from me carefully and set it on the counter. "You didn't have to bring it over," she said. "Yes, I did," I replied, because we both knew Granny had decided it. Bob stepped closer. "Stay," he said, not a question. An invitation. "I was just dropping it off," I began. "Stay," he said again, gentler now. "We'll have a piece. It's been a day." Mary Ann's hand stilled on the towel wrapped around the dish. Her gaze flicked to Bob, then to me. There was a moment where I could feel the choice being made. "I'll make coffee," Mary Ann said. Bob's shoulders eased, as if that small agreement mattered more than anyone would admit. While Mary Ann cut the pie, Bob cleared the folder from the table with the efficiency of someone trying not to look like he'd been doing anything important. He stacked the papers neatly and set them on the counter, face down. Mary Ann noticed. She didn't comment. She served the slices with more care than a weekday dessert required. The mincemeat was dark and spiced, the crust golden, a pie people either loved deeply or refused entirely. Bob loved it. He took a bite and closed his eyes for half a second. "That woman," he said. "She does it right." Mary Ann's smile returned, smaller this time. "She always has." We ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The coffee was strong, the pie richer than I expected, the spices warming the back of my throat. It could have stayed there. It almost did. Bob set his fork down and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Then he looked at Mary Ann. "I talked to Dean," he said. Mary Ann didn't stop moving, but the motion of her hand around her mug slowed. "About Nate." "Yes." Mary Ann's eyes flicked briefly to me, then back to Bob. "Why?" Bob met her gaze. "Because this isn't just a story anymore." "It's been 10 years, Mary Ann said. "I know." His voice stayed calm, but there was a firmness in it that hadn't been there before. Mary Ann's fingers tightened around her mug. Once his remains are released, he can have a proper burial. That should be the end of it. Bob looked down at his plate. "When I heard about that railing," he said finally, "I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant." Mary Ann's mouth hardened. "It means an old building had old wood." "It means it broke," Bob said, "and someone fixed it." Mary Ann's expression held steady. "That's not a crime." "No," Bob agreed, "but it's not nothing." The room shifted unmistakably, as if it had leaned in. Mary Ann glanced at me again, just once. I kept my face neutral, my fork resting on the edge of my plate. Bob continued, 10 years ago, no one filed anything. No report, no call, no ambulance run I can find, no ER admission that fits a fall like that." Mary Ann lifted her chin. "Because no one knew he was hurt." Bob's eyes softened. "Or because someone didn't want anyone to know." Mary Ann set her mug down a little harder than necessary. Coffee rippled. "Bob," she said, warning compressed into a single syllable. He didn't back off. "I'm not accusing anyone. I'm saying I don't like how clean it all is." Mary Ann's voice stayed controlled. "You're letting the chief's theory get into your head." "It's not a theory that wood was replaced," Bob said. Mary Ann exhaled sharply. "We do not know what happened to Nate." "We know someone handled the aftermath," Bob replied. Silence. Mary Ann pushed her plate away, appetite gone. "This is what I was afraid of," she said. Not to me, to Bob. "This is what I told you would happen." Bob frowned. "What?" Mary Ann looked down at her hands, then up again. Her eyes were bright in a way that startled me. "Megan," she said. The name settled heavily between us. Bob's expression changed, softening and tightening at once. "She's already unsettled," Mary Ann continued, "already carrying more than she should. And if this turns into people pointing fingers—" "It won't be her," Bob said. Mary Ann gave a short, humorless laugh. "You think people are that fair?" Bob leaned forward. "Mary Ann—" "She was a kid," Mary Ann said, the word escaping before she could reshape it. She didn't correct herself. She didn't need to. She was 20, home for the summer, pulled into that group because she didn't know how to say no. Bob's jaw worked. "She's 30 now." "And she has 3 children and a life she fought hard to build," Mary Ann said. "She does not deserve to have this dragged back over her like a net." Bob's voice mellowed. "No." Mary Ann's eyes flashed. "Then let it rest." Bob held her gaze a heartbeat longer. When he spoke, his voice was gentle in a way that made it more dangerous. "Resting isn't the same thing as true," he said. Mary Ann swallowed. The muscles in her throat worked as if she were holding something down. "This is what kindness looks like," she said, steel beneath the words, letting the past stay buried. Bob didn't waver. "I don't think ignoring it is the same as being kind." Mary Ann looked toward the window, to the fading light. I sat very still, suddenly aware that I was witnessing the shape of a marriage adjusting under pressure. Bob reached across the table and covered Mary Ann's hand with his. For a moment, she let him. Then she pulled away. "I'm going to clean up," she said, rising. Bob didn't stop her. She carried the plates to the sink with careful movements, her back straight. The work itself seemed to restore order. Bob watched her, then looked at me. "I didn't mean to put you in the middle," he said. "I brought a pie," I said. "That's all." His mouth twitched, but his eyes stayed serious. "This town," he said, then stopped. I waited. "This town is very good at deciding what it can live with." At the sink, water began to run. Steady, ordinary. Bob lowered his voice. "And Mary Ann is very good at protecting what she loves." He didn't say Megan's name again. He didn't have to. When I stood to leave, Mary Ann walked me to the door. Her smile was practiced now. "Thank you for bringing it over." "Of course." "Pen," she said, still not looking at me. "Not everyone will thank you for this." "I know." But as I stepped into the evening air, I realized that wasn't entirely true, because the pie hadn't been the message. It was the space it left between people who used to stand on the same side. Chapter 38. Dean didn't call ahead. He pulled up behind Augustus Loom just after closing, the light already thinning into that gray stretch of evening where things felt unfinished. I was locking the back door when I saw him. His sedan angled slightly, as if he hadn't planned to stay long. I slid the key into my pocket and walked over. "You look like someone who found something," I said. He smiled. "I did." We didn't go inside. Dean leaned against the hood of his car, arms crossed, his gaze drifting briefly down the alley before coming back to me. "I've been tying up loose ends," he said. "The kind no one bothers with once they've decided nothing happened." "That's a long list," I said. "Yes," he agreed. "It is." He reached into the car and pulled out a thin folder. Not thick, not dramatic, just enough paper to matter. "There's one thing that didn't sit right once I started looking closer," he said. "Payroll." I frowned. "What about it?" "It kept running," Dean said. "For a while after people stopped seeing him around." "How long?" I asked. "Just over a month," he said. "The checks went out automatically. No one flagged them. And Nate never picked them up." "No," Dean said. "And none of them were ever cashed." The alley seemed to narrow, brick pressing in. "So he didn't leave," I said. "No," Dean replied. "He didn't." I thought of the way Nate's disappearance had been talked about over the years, how easily the idea of him skipping town had been accepted, how little resistance it had met. I thought of his parents, of the relief Lydia had named without meaning to. "Did Lucas notice?" I asked. Dean hesitated. "Eventually." "Eventually," I repeated. "He realized Nate hadn't come back," Dean said. "He told his brother. By then the building was already closed for the season. There was nothing to check, no reason, apparently, to go looking." "And by then," I said, "the story was already in place." Dean nodded. "Exactly." He flipped the folder closed but didn't put it away. "This doesn't prove a crime," he said, "but it does prove Nate didn't just walk away." "No," I said. "It proves he didn't have the chance." Dean studied my face for a moment. "Bob's seen the payroll records. He understands what that means." That caught my attention. "How did he take it?" "He didn't argue," Dean said, which worried me more than if he had. I thought of Mary Ann's kitchen, of the pie cooling on the counter, of the way she'd said Megan's name like a boundary she expected everyone else to respect. "Mary Ann?" I asked. Dean exhaled slowly. "She's not ready." I didn't think she would be. We stood there in the stillness, the town settling around us. Distant laughter, a car door slamming, someone calling a dog by name. "I'm going to need to talk to Lucas again," Dean said, "and Denzel. That won't go over well." "No," he agreed, "but we're past worrying about that." I met his gaze. "You're not backing off." "No," Dean said. "I'm documenting." He straightened, the folder disappearing back into the car. "This town," he said, "it's very good at letting time do the work for it." "And time doesn't argue," I said. Dean's mouth twitched. "No, it just waits until people stop paying attention." He opened the driver's door, then paused. "If you hear anything else, anything that doesn't fit—" "I'll tell you," I said. "I know," he replied. The engine started, headlights cutting briefly across the alley before he pulled away. I stood there a bit longer, the details replaying themselves. A month of paychecks, uncashed, a story that had hardened not because it was true, but because no one had insisted it be questioned. When I finally turned back toward the shop, I understood something else, too. This wasn't just about discovering what had happened to Nate. It was about how many people had agreed it didn't matter enough to find out. And that agreement, careful, convenient, long-standing, was beginning to unravel. Chapter 39. The checks were what finally made it impossible to pretend nothing had been wrong. I hadn't gone looking for them. Not exactly. I was at town hall for something else, returning a ledger Granny had borrowed for the Historical Society, one with a spine held together by more hope than glue, when Denzel Harwood caught sight of me in the hallway. "Penelope," he said, stepping out of the mayor's office with the neutrality of a man who knew when a conversation might turn complicated. "Do you have a minute?" I did. I always did when someone used that tone. "There's an empty office down the hall," he added. "We can talk there." It didn't surprise me that he'd been meeting with the mayor, or that he seemed to know every inch of the municipal building. Denzel was one of Cornwall's leading citizens. He moved through town with the ease of someone accustomed to being listened to. The office smelled of old paper and lemon polish. Sunlight fell across a filing cabinet scarred by decades of use. Denzel didn't sit. He sat back against the desk instead, arms crossed, his expression thoughtful rather than accusatory. "You've been asking about Nate Jefferson," he said. "I have," I said. There was no point pretending otherwise. "So have others," he went on, "or at least they've been circling the question without quite naming it." I waited. "After speaking with Chief Albers," Denzel said, "we did a routine audit. Nothing remarkable at first, but when payroll came up, old payroll, it gave me pause." My stomach tightened, slow and deliberate. "Nate continued to be paid," he said, "for a short time after people stopped seeing him regularly." "How long?" I asked. "About 3 weeks," he said, then corrected himself. "Possibly closer to a month." "And the checks?" I asked. "They weren't cashed," he said. "Not one of them." The room felt suddenly too quiet, as if the building itself had leaned in. "So payroll kept running," I said, "after his absence had already been noticed?" "Yes, though not by me," he said. "He was an employee, someone my brother interacted with occasionally. I had no reason to believe he wasn't still coming in at night and doing the job he'd been hired to do." "No one mentioned not seeing him?" I asked. "There was no day shift," Denzel said. "Only the night watchman." "So no one flagged it." "No one had cause to." His mouth thinned. By the time Lucas mentioned he hadn't seen Nate around, I'd already decided to close the Harwood while I determined what to do with the property. I didn't replace him. Like most people in Cornwall, I assumed he'd left town. The ease of the assumption sat between us. "The checks were never picked up," I said. Denzel nodded. "Issued. Logged. Left sitting in the clerk's drawer. There was no forwarding address." I pictured them. Thin rectangles of paper, names typed neatly across the top, waiting for hands that never came. "Who knows this?" I asked. "The chief," he said. "And Lucas." He moved to the window, then turned back toward me. "I'm not suggesting this proves anything," he added. only that whatever happened wasn't tidy. Not clean, not resolved, just absent. When you spoke with Chief Albers, I asked, did Travis Vollmer come up? Denzel frowned slightly. In what way? He was close to Nate, I said, and to your brother. I didn't track my brother's social circle, Denzel said. Then his gaze sharpened. Do you believe Travis was involved in Nate's death? I don't know what happened, I said. Friends sometimes know more than they realize. You'd need to ask Lucas, he said. As far as I'm aware, they haven't been close in years. He studied me for a long moment. What exactly is your role in this, Penelope Penrose? I looked right at him. You're the one who asked me to talk. He didn't answer. Silence was something Denzel wore comfortably. Finally, I said, I'm doing what you are, paying attention. His mouth tipped slightly, not quite a smile. You're choosing where to push. I am, I agreed. I left town hall a few minutes later with the unsettling certainty that the past hadn't been resting quietly at all. The checks hadn't been cashed. Nate hadn't been seen. And between those two facts lay a truth that had been easier for everyone not to name. Chapter 40. I didn't go straight home. I could have. I told myself I would. Instead, I drove past Main Street and followed the narrow road that curved west, the one that rose just enough to feel removed without ever truly leaving town, like a held breath rather than an escape. Driftless Cemetery sat at the edge of it, enclosed by a low iron fence and a stand of old red maples whose roots had been negotiating with the earth for more than a century. The sign at the entrance was weathered but still legible. Driftless Cemetery, established 1863, dedicated 1875. Gravel crunched beneath my tires as I pulled in and parked, the sound too loud for a place that seemed to prefer silence. It was peaceful in the particular way cemeteries are, still but not empty. The air carried the scent of damp leaves and lichen-warmed stone. I hadn't come here with a plan, only a sense that after town hall I needed a place where absence was not something people tried to smooth over or explain away. I followed the narrow path between rows, past stones that leaned with age, their inscriptions eroded by time and weather. Some names were crisp, dates neatly carved and easy to read. Others had faded into suggestion, letters dissolving into shallow grooves, years reduced to guesses. Before 1966, Granny had once told me, burial records weren't consistently kept, a fact she'd always said matter-of-factly, but never lightly. What existed now existed mostly in stone. And if there was no stone, if a marker was never placed or had been lost, there was often nothing at all. I stopped in front of one headstone, set a little apart from the others. The marble had yellowed, its surface rough beneath my fingertips. I brushed away a scatter of dry leaves and angled myself to catch the light. The name was nearly gone. I could make out the first letter, an H maybe, though even that felt like a guess rather than a certainty. The rest had blurred into a pale wash of lines and shadows. I tried shifting my stance, tilting my head, tracing the grooves with my eyes the way Granny had taught me. Nothing resolved. Whoever lay beneath it had once been known well enough to be named by someone who had cared enough to make it permanent. And now that name hovered just beyond reach, present but inaccessible. I straightened slowly. Granny and the searchers talked often about dignity, about how remembering was its own kind of justice, bringing names back into the light, making sure people weren't reduced to footnotes or assumptions. It was work I admired. Quiet, patient, unwilling to let time decide what mattered. I thought of how easily Nate Jefferson had slipped out of view, still technically present, still on paper, but unaccounted for in all the ways that mattered. A breeze stirred the leaves overhead. Somewhere nearby, a wind chime chimed softly, irregular and faint. I followed the sound to the small caretaker's hut near the fence line, where a simple metal chime hung, unadorned, no inscription, no dedication that I could see. It rang again, gently, as if responding to the air rather than announcing itself, present but asking nothing. I stood there longer than I'd intended, listening, letting the silence settle. When I finally turned back toward my car, the thought that stayed with me wasn't fear. It was this: how many lives rested here because someone, somewhere, had assumed someone else was keeping track and never checked? I drove away with that question still unanswered, the image of the half-erased name lingering with me long after the cemetery disappeared in the rearview mirror. Chapter 41. I found Lucas Harwood where I'd half expected to, at the cafe on Main, seated off to the side. His jacket lay draped over the back of the chair. A mug of coffee sat untouched near his right hand, his phone face down to his left. "Lucas," I said. He looked up, surprised but not startled. Then something in his expression eased, the way it does when you recognize a face before you've decided how you feel about the conversation that might follow. "Pen," he said. "Hey, mind if I sit?" He shook his head and gestured to the chair across from him. "No, please." Though the aroma of freshly baked cinnamon rolls lingered in the air, I ordered only coffee, needing something to occupy my hands. By the time the server returned, Lucas had already lifted his mug, taken a single sip, and set it back down again. "How have you been?" he asked. "Fine," I said, because that was the shape of the answer people expected. "You?" He let out a breath that landed somewhere between a laugh and a shrug. "Depends on the day." We sat in silence for a moment, the kind that didn't feel awkward yet but could tip that way if left alone too long. "I spoke with your brother," I said. Lucas's gaze flicked briefly to the window, then back to me. "About Nate." "Yes." He nodded, slow. "Figured that might happen." "I didn't come to question you," I said. "I just want to understand." "That makes two of us," he said. I waited. "He wasn't a mystery to me," Lucas said after a pause. "Nate, I mean. People keep talking like he was." He rubbed a thumb along the edge of his mug. "He was just trying. Always trying. That's how I've come to see him." Lucas looked up at that, his eyes meeting mine fully for the first time. "You didn't know him that well." "No," I said, "but I've been listening." A smile crossed his face, then disappeared just as quickly. "We all assumed he'd leave eventually," he said. "Cornwall wasn't ever meant to be permanent for him. At least that's what we told ourselves." "And when he stopped showing up?" Lucas's jaw tightened, then relaxed. "I figured it was for the best that no one went looking." The words landed wrong. He seemed to realize it at the same moment I did. "I mean," he exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair. "You know, leave the past where it was. His life wasn't in Cornwall, not anymore." The words sat between us, heavier than he'd intended, I suspected. "No one checked," he said absently, flipping his phone over. "No one cared." I thought of driftless cemetery, of names worn thin by time and weather, of how easy it was to assume absence had chosen itself. "None of us are very good at noticing when someone slips," I said. "Not until there's a reason to look." Lucas's shoulders sagged at that, as if the admission relieved him and accused him all at once. "Denzel told me about the payroll," he said. "About the checks." "Yes. I didn't know," he said. Then he stopped himself. "That they just kept coming, that no one stopped them." He shook his head. "It's not an excuse. I just didn't know." "I believe you," I said. And I did. He studied my face, searching for something. Judgment, maybe, or reassurance. "What happens now?" he asked. "I'm not sure," I said. but I don't think pretending he left on his own is an option anymore. Lucas nodded. No, not anymore. We sat there a while longer, the noise of the cafe flowing around us, ordinary and unbothered. When I stood to leave, Lucas spoke again. Pen? Yes? Thank you, he said, for remembering him like this. I smiled, small and real. That's the easy part, I said. I left him there with his cooling coffee and stepped back onto Main Street, carrying the quiet certainty that remembering was never easy. But it mattered. And it occurred to me that it wasn't mine alone anymore. Nate's memory had started to belong to other people, and somehow I was the one holding it. Chapter 42. Jory led the way up Granny's walk, tail wagging with the easy confidence of someone who knew he was welcome. The screen door was propped open, and voices drifted out onto the porch, along with the smell of lemons and sugar. Granny sat in her wicker rocker, a glass of lemonade sweating in her hand. Across from her, Mary Ann balanced one ankle over the other, watching two small girls play at her feet. Well, Granny said, spotting us, if it isn't my favorite investigator and his assistant. Jory accepted the compliment as his due and padded onto the porch, nose already twitching. Hi, Pen, Mary Ann said. We were just enjoying the gorgeous weather and some very excellent lemonade and cookies. The trifecta, I smiled. You're watching Ella and Genevieve. Mary Ann nodded. Megan had to take Greer in for her 4-month checkup, so I offered to keep the girls. Bob and Mary Ann were Megan's only relatives still living in Cornwall, and even when she was growing up, their niece spent more time at their house than she did at her own home. Megan had had a contentious relationship with her own parents. Granny leaned forward. We had chocolate chip cookies and lemonade, in that order, though the girls tried to argue otherwise. Grandma made the cookies, Ella announced proudly, lifting her chin. Ginny echoed her sister with a solemn nod. Jory sat down in front of them, ears perked, clearly prepared to accept whatever attention was about to come his way. Doggy, Ginny squealed and held out her arms. A tail thump was Jory's only response. We have pretty bracelets. Ella stretched out her arm toward him. See? A bracelet slid down her wrist as she did. A simple string of small beads, worn smooth and faintly mismatched, the colors bright but faded with use. Jory leaned in, head tilted, studying it with interest. He sniffed once, then sat back on his haunches, gaze still fixed. He thinks they're pretty too, Ella said, delighted. They were my mommy's, she added, as if that explained everything. Mary Ann smiled. Megan made them years ago. She used to wear them all the time. I felt something tighten, just slightly, in my chest. The bracelet was ordinary, what you could find in a dozen homes, strung together at a kitchen table or passed down because it felt wrong to throw it away. And yet, Jory lost interest as quickly as he'd gained it, lowering himself onto the porch boards with a satisfied huff. Ginny dropped to sit beside him and patted his back. He accepted it solemnly. Granny rocked gently, watching the scene with contentment. It takes a village, she said mildly, or at least a few willing neighbors. Mary Ann laughed. We don't mind. Bob and I said if we couldn't have kids, we'd borrow the ones we could. The girls shrieked at that, though it was unclear what part they found funny. I took a sip of lemonade and let the conversation wash over me. Doctor appointments, summer plans, whether the girls would nap later or fight it. Ordinary things. Comfortable things. Still, my glance drifted back to the bracelet resting against Ella's wrist, the beads catching the light as she moved. How quietly they carried stories no one thought to ask for. When we stood to leave, Granny pressed a cookie into my hand and kissed my cheek. Jory trotted ahead, already focused on the path home. As I followed, the image lingered. Not as a question, not even as a thought. Just a small, persistent awareness. Some things didn't ask to be noticed. They waited. Chapter 43. I was pushing open the door to Augustus' loom when I saw them. The bell hadn't even finished its soft jingle yet. The door still halfway open in my hand. Late afternoon light stretched across the square, catching on the fountain's edge, the benches, the slow drift of people passing through on their way somewhere else. Lucas stood near the center of it, one hand tucked into his jacket pocket. Travis was beside him, close enough to suggest familiarity, not so close as to invite comment. Megan faced them both, one hand resting lightly on the handle of a stroller, angled toward the sun. The baby slept, cheeks flushed, one small fist curled near his chin. Nothing about the scene stood out. That was the problem. They looked like what they were, people talking on a mild afternoon in a town that had learned how to carry on. Lucas grinned at something Travis said. Megan nodded, her attention shifting briefly to the stroller before returning to the conversation. Whatever they were discussing, it required no urgency, no lowered voices, no visible strain. Jory paused at my side, head lifted, tail still. He looked at them, then back at me, as if checking whether this was something he needed to understand. "It's fine," I murmured, more to myself than to him. I stepped back into the shop, the bell giving one last muted sound as it settled. Behind me, the square absorbed them easily. Dean stepped just inside the doorway and stopped, broad shoulders filling the frame, as if taking the measure of the room before stepping any farther in. "Hey," he said. "Hey, yourself." The tension that had crept into my shoulders eased and I relaxed. "Take a seat. Any seat?" He glanced around and pointed toward the lone stool near the counter. "Looks like there's just one." "Then take that one." My smile came easily now. "How have you been?" "Busy." He blew out a breath. "Normal day to day and then trying to solve a murder?" "Determining whether there was a murder," he corrected. "How's that coming?" "Slow," he said, "still gathering information." "Thrilling work." "Not really," he said, "but necessary." "Granny always says that details matter," I said. "It's worth waiting to get it right." His grin was quick. "Are you telling me Granny is quoting Steve Jobs?" I laughed. "Apparently." "I ran into Candace out front," he said. "She made it a point to tell me how much the Harwood family means to Cornwall." I nodded. "She's very committed to that message." Dean's gaze flicked briefly toward the front windows before returning to me. I figured I'd check in, see if you're getting any pushback. "Nothing I can't handle." His silvery blue eyes warmed. I had no doubt. "I appreciate the confidence." He stood, one hand resting briefly on the loom beside him. "If anything starts to feel like more than normal concern, wrong, you know where to find me." "I do." He gave a small nod, then stepped back outside, the bell sounding behind him. The shop settled again, and beyond its walls, the square kept doing what it did best, holding people in plain sight, letting them look like nothing at all. Chapter 44. Granny was in her den when I arrived, sorting papers into careful stacks, her reading glasses perched low on her nose. Late afternoon light slanted through the window, catching dust motes and the clutter of her work, ledgers, folders, envelopes marked in her tidy hand. "You look like someone with a question," she said without looking up. I smiled. "Do I?" "You always do," she replied. "But today you've brought it with you, instead of pretending it'll wander off on its own." I leaned against the doorway. Jory, who'd insisted on coming with me, settled at my feet, folding himself into a patient sprawl. "I saw Megan today," I said, "after I left here." That earned me a glance, not surprise, just attention. "She was in the square," I continued, "with Lucas and Travis and the baby." Granny set her papers aside and turned fully toward me. That must have been strange. It was, I admitted. Not because they were together, because everything about it looked normal. She nodded once. They were friends back then. Not so much now. I hesitated, then went on. Earlier, Ella and Ginny were wearing those beaded bracelets Megan made years ago. Granny waited. She was very good at that. They're just bracelets, I said. Ordinary ones, but seeing them made me think of what Jory found near where Nate was buried. Her brow creased. I don't believe I've heard that story. It struck me then that I hadn't told her about the broken beads, the elastics snapped and half buried, and I knew why. Because of Megan. I filled Granny in, keeping to the facts. For a moment, the worry that crossed her face made me wish I'd kept the information to myself. Then I reminded myself that if anyone could hold this without flinching, it was her. I don't actually know how Megan fits into all of this, I said. Not really? That's true, Granny said gently. You don't. I exhaled. Back then, it was Lucas, Travis, and Nate. Everyone remembers the boys, but Megan was part of that group too, wasn't she? She was, Granny said. From the start. I straightened. I think I've been avoiding that. Granny studied me, her expression thoughtful rather than reproachful. Why do you suppose that is? Because she's a mother now, I said. Because she's kind. Because she's built a good life here, with Tom, with the girls. Because it's easier to imagine something happening to Nate that involved the boys than to consider that Megan might have been part of it. Granny nodded slowly. Easier doesn't always mean truer. No, I said, it doesn't. Megan was searching for steadiness back then, Granny said after a pause. She and her parents were usually at odds. No siblings. Bob and Marianne did what they could, but they had to tread lightly. Those boys became a kind of chosen family. And Megan, she stopped to think. She was the one who smoothed things over, kept conversations going, kept tempers from tipping too far. I'm not trying to assign blame, I said quickly. Then I stopped. At least I don't think I am. Granny smiled. That's the trouble with honesty. It doesn't wait for us to sort out our motives first. I looked down at Jory, his head resting on his paws, eyes half-lidded. Do you think she knows more than she's said? Granny didn't respond right away. I think Megan knows the version she needed to survive, she said finally, and she's lived with it long enough that it feels complete. That doesn't mean it is. No, Granny said. It doesn't. Silence settled between us, not uncomfortable, but weighted. I don't want to hurt her, I said. I know, Granny replied, but truth doesn't measure itself by comfort. Sometimes it asks whether it's waited long enough. I met her gaze. Has it? Granny removed her glasses and folded them carefully. That, she said, isn't for me to decide. When I left a while later, Jory trotting ahead of me, I felt steadier. Not because I had answers, but because I'd finally stopped pretending I didn't need them. Chapter 45. Knowing that this afternoon was when Marianne's garden club met, I thought I had a better-than-average chance of catching Bob home alone. He was in the kitchen when I arrived, sleeves rolled up, a dish towel slung over one shoulder. The windows were open, letting in warm afternoon air and the scent of apples and cinnamon. Marianne is going to hate that she missed you. Bob grinned as he set 2 mugs on the table. You and Granny are 2 of her favorite people. That's kind of you, I said. But I'm actually glad for the chance to speak with you alone. His brow furrowed. Why's that? He took the chair across from me, folding his hands together on the table. Bob was steady in a way that didn't draw attention to itself. The kind of man who showed up when he said he would and didn't feel the need to explain why. I wrapped my hands around the mug, buying myself a moment. Bob, I said, can I ask you something? You can. It's about Megan. He nodded. All right. I know what to expect if I ask Marianne about the past, I said. She's protective by nature. I smiled. But you've always struck me as someone who remembers things as they were. Bob considered that. I try to, he said. I'm not looking to blame anyone, I said. I just want to understand that summer, the one before Megan went back to college. His gaze drifted to the window, to the apple tree casting a long shadow across the grass. That was a long time ago, he said. It was, I agreed, but some things don't fade the way others do. He was quiet for a bit, then nodded. Megan was restless back then. She loved Cornwall, but she couldn't wait to leave it again. College gave her a way out without calling it that. And the boys? I asked. Bob smirked, small and fond. They were always around. Lucas, Travis, Nate, especially Lucas. They filled space when she needed it filled. That sounds like closeness. It was, he said, but not what people like to romanticize later. They were young, messy, still figuring out who they were allowed to be. I waited. She came home that summer and kept to herself more than usual, Bob continued. Her father still isn't an easy man. They were always at odds. She wasn't unhappy exactly, but she was taking stock. Of what? Bob met my eyes, something firm settling into his expression. Of what she might one day leave behind. The answer was smooth. Too smooth. And Nate? I asked. Bob's jaw tightened, barely perceptible. Nate was part of that group, but it was clear he wasn't going to stay. Because he wanted more? Because Cornwall doesn't know what to do with people who need too much, Bob said gently. That isn't cruelty. It's just truth. Something closed, quiet but definite. Do you think Megan knew something happened to him? I asked. Bob unfolded his hands, then folded them again. I think Megan knew what she needed to know to move forward. That doesn't really answer my question. It's the only answer I'm willing to give. Silence thickened between us, heavier than before. You're asking me to reopen something she worked very hard to put behind her, Bob said at last. I won't do that. Even if the truth hasn't been fully told, I asked. Bob held my gaze. Especially then. The realization settled, not sharply, but firmly. Bob wasn't withholding out of fear. He was protecting a life that had grown around a particular version of the past. I understand, I said. I hoped you would, he replied. When I stood to leave, Bob walked me to the door. Outside, the afternoon had softened, the light gentler than when I'd arrived. Pen, he said. Yes? Be careful, he said. Not because you're wrong, but because the past doesn't just belong to the people who lived it. It belongs to the people who survived it. I smiled up at him before stepping onto the walk. Jory sat already waiting, tail wagging as if nothing had changed. But something had. I'd come looking for answers. What I'd found instead was a boundary. And boundaries, I was learning, didn't stop you by force. They told you exactly where not to keep walking. Chapter 46. I hadn't planned on running into anyone. I'd packed a sack lunch and told myself I was doing it for the weather, for the simple pleasure of eating outside instead of standing at the counter at August Loom, with one eye on the door and the other on thoughts I couldn't seem to set down. The park across the street was quiet in that mid-afternoon way, after the morning walkers were gone and before the after-school crowd arrived. The stream that cut through the park ran shallow and clear, the water slipping over stones with a sound that almost passed for calm. The decorative bridge arched over it, with white painted rails and flower boxes in summer bloom, pretty in the way Cornwall liked its public spaces to be. Familiar, cared for. The bench sat nearby, half in shade, half in sun. And there, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, one hand absently stroking a well-known scruffy head, sat Travis Vollmer. Jory saw me before Travis did. His ears perked, tail thumping once against the grass. "I see you've made a new friend," I murmured. Travis looked up then, his hand still resting on Jory's back. His expression flickered. Surprise, recognition, something harder to name, and then settled into something neutral. "Pen," he said. Not unfriendly, not warm, just accurate. "Hi," I replied. I shifted the paper sack in my hand. "I didn't know you were a dog person." He glanced down at Jory as if he'd forgotten he was there. "I'm not," he said. Then, after a beat, "I guess I am. A dog is better than no one." The words landed with more weight than he seemed to intend. Travis's mouth tightened just slightly. I nodded toward the bench. "Mind if I sit? It's a free country." I took that as invitation. Whenever Travis stopped petting, Jory nudged his hand in a way that said, "You're not done here yet." I couldn't keep from smiling. "Is he bothering you?" Travis snorted and scratched Jory behind the ears. "He's the only one in town who doesn't ask me questions." Jory chose that second to sit, bending his shoulder against Travis's shin like a declaration. Travis huffed a gentle laugh and gave him another pat. "You're something else," he murmured, though his hand stayed gentle. I took a breath and made a decision. "I brought lunch," I said, lifting the sack a little. "Nothing fancy, a sandwich and an apple." I hesitated. "If you want to share, I have enough." Travis blinked at me as if the offer hadn't been part of any script he knew how to follow. His gaze flicked briefly to the bridge, the stream, the empty path winding away through the trees. "I'm fine," he said automatically. "Okay," I replied. I started to turn, giving him an easy out. "Wait!" The word stopped me more than his tone did. Travis exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw like he was waking himself up. "You don't have to," he began, then shook his head. "Sit, stay, share, whatever, if you've got extra." I moved to the bench and sat on the far end, leaving space between us that felt intentional rather than awkward. Jory immediately positioned himself in the middle, pleased with his own diplomacy. I pulled out the sandwich and gave him half, wrapping one portion back in paper before offering it over. Travis took it without looking at my hand, his fingers brushing mine only briefly. "Thanks," he said. "You're welcome." We ate in silence for a few moments, the kind that didn't require filling. The stream burbled beneath the bridge. Somewhere farther off, a lawnmower started up and then faded again. Travis took a bite, chewed, swallowed. "So," he said, staring at the water, "this is you being nice or this is you being nosy?" The question was blunt, but his tone wasn't sharp. If anything, he sounded tired. I finished a bite before answering. "I can be both," I said. That earned a small, reluctant smile, gone almost as soon as it appeared. "Fair," he muttered. I unwrapped the apple slices and set it between us. "How are you doing?" I asked. "Really?" Travis let out a breath that might have been a laugh in a different life. "People keep asking me that." He picked up an apple slice, turned it over in his hand, then set it back down. "You want the honest answer?" "I do." He nodded slowly, eyes still on the water. "I don't know where I fit anymore," he said. "Used to be, even if things were a mess, you still had a place you could point to. A house, a marriage, a role. Someone who could say, 'That's Travis. He's ours.'" The phrasing made something inside me tense, not because it was dramatic, because it was simple. "And now?" I asked. Travis shrugged, one shoulder lifting higher than the other. "Now I'm just here, getting by." Jory pressed his side more firmly against Travis's leg. Travis touched his head automatically, fingers moving through wiry fur like the motion steadied him. "I saw you in the square today," I said. His hand stilled for half a second, then resumed. "Yeah," he said. With Lucas. And Megan, I added, and the baby. Travis's jaw worked. He took another bite of sandwich, chewing longer than necessary. When he swallowed, he said, "Small town." "It is," I agreed. He glanced at me then, his eyes tired and clearer than I expected. "You've been talking to people," he said. It wasn't a question. "I have," I admitted. "And you're trying to figure out what happened," he said. Again, not a question. "Back then." I didn't respond. I didn't have to. Travis stared out at the stream for a long stretch. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, not secretive, just private. "You ever notice how everyone remembers that summer like it was a story?" he said. "Same scenes, same lines, same ending." I felt my pulse pick up, slow and composed. "People do that," I said. "They simplify." "They sanitize," Travis corrected, and the word had an edge to it that surprised me. He shook his head as if the correction had cost him something. "Sorry, that's not—" He exhaled. "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" I asked. Travis didn't answer right away. He watched a leaf spin in a lazy circle where the current caught it near a stone. "It was almost time for Megan and Lucas to go back to school," he said finally, "and we all hated to see that happen. We knew things would change." My grip tightened on the paper around my half of the sandwich. "How?" He shrugged again, but this time it didn't feel casual. It felt like he was trying to shrug off a memory that had weight. "We were close, like family," he said. "We knew it wouldn't be the same once we went our own way, so we tried to pretend change wasn't coming. We partied more, drank more, laughed more." Travis's fingers fastened on Jory's fur. "And Nate?" I asked, keeping my voice even. "Did he feel the same?" "Nate was Nate," he said, and there was something almost weary in it. He swallowed. His gaze flicked toward me and away again. "He should have left." The sentence was flat, not cruel, final. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I let the silence do what silence sometimes did. Make room. Travis's mouth tightened. "That's what everyone says, right?" he added. "He wasn't meant to live here. Cornwall didn't fit him." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "It's a nice story. Keeps things clean." I thought of Bob, of his steady eyes, of the boundary he'd drawn without raising his voice. "What's not clean?" I asked. Travis looked at me then, really looked. For a moment I saw something in him that wasn't bitterness or exhaustion, but something closer to fear, not of me, but of what came after words. He opened his mouth, closed it again. Then he shook his head once. "I don't know why you're doing this," he said, and his voice had changed, still quiet but guarded now. "Digging. It was so long ago." "Because Nate matters," I said, "even now." Travis's jaw flexed. He stared at the stream again, and when he spoke, his voice was rougher. "You think you're the first person to decide that?" he said. "He was our friend." The words hit harder than they should have. I waited, heart thudding once, then settling. Travis blew out a breath and stood abruptly as if the bench had become too small. Jory rose too, tail wagging uncertainly, then looked between us. Travis reached down and patted his head once. "You're a good dog," he said, almost gruff. Then he looked at me, his eyes unreadable. "Tell Granny I said hi," he added, and it sounded like something he'd say if this was any other day. "Okay," I said. He took one step away, then stopped and glanced back. "That bracelet you're asking about," he said, and my stomach nodded. "It isn't what you think." Before I could ask what he meant, he turned and walked away down the path, hands shoved into his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched. Was he bracing against weather that wasn't there? Jory watched him go, ears perked, then looked up at me as if asking what we were supposed to do now. I picked up an apple slice and stared at the spot where Travis had been sitting. "It isn't what you think." That wasn't an answer. But it was something, and more than I'd had before I sat down. I wondered why it didn't make me happy. Chapter 47. I closed August's loom earlier than usual. There was no sign on the door to explain it, no reason anyone would question. In Cornwall, shop hours bent easily around weather and whim, and the unspoken understanding that sometimes people needed to step away without announcing why. I turned the key and stood there longer than necessary, my hand resting on the cool brass as if I were waiting for something to change its mind. Inside, the shop felt different without the low hum of conversation or the bell chiming every so often. The quiet wasn't empty exactly. It held the shape of the day that had passed through it. Fabric still lay folded on the cutting table where I'd left it. A half-finished display waited near the window, the pins catching the light. I moved through the space slowly, not rushing myself. I straightened a stack of linens that didn't need it, smoothed the edge of a runner already aligned. Habit more than necessity. Jory followed me from room to room, his nails clicking softly on the floor, his presence grounding in a way I didn't try to explain. I rinsed out my mug at the sink, watching the water swirl brown and then clear. The sound filled the back room, louder than it had any right to be. He should have left. Travis's voice surfaced uninvited, flat and final, not cruel, not apologetic, maybe a fact he'd carried long enough to lose its sharpness. Bob's voice followed, steadier, especially then. Granny's, quieter still. Easier doesn't always mean truer. 3 people, 3 versions. None of them arguing with each other, none of them aligning either. I set the mug upside down on the towel and leaned against the counter, arms folded loosely. The truth, if that was what it was beginning to take shape, not as an answer, but as a pattern. No one had woken up one morning and decided Nate Jefferson didn't matter. No one had stood in a room and agreed to stay silent. Instead, each person had made a choice that made sense to them at the time. A choice that allowed them to move forward without stopping, without looking too closely. Bob protected Megan by protecting the life she'd built. Travis protected himself by narrowing the story until it fit inside survival. Lucas had carried something heavier, something harder to set down, though whether that was guilt or responsibility I still couldn't say. And Megan, I exhaled slowly. Megan had protected the version of herself she needed to become. It wasn't malice that had kept Nate's absence from being questioned. It wasn't cruelty that allowed time to pass unchecked. It was usefulness. Each version of the story had been useful to someone. Useful enough to live with. Useful enough to repeat. Outside, a car passed on Main Street, tires humming briefly against pavement before fading. Somewhere nearby, a door closed, life arranging itself around the present tense. I pushed off the counter and moved toward the front window, looking out at the street as it moved into evening. The light had shifted without my noticing. Shadows stretched longer now, the world easing into that in-between hour where things felt less fixed. I thought of driftless cemetery, of names worn thin by time and weather, of how anonymity wasn't always deliberate. Sometimes it arrived because no one stopped it. The story of that summer hadn't stayed intact because it was strong. It had stayed intact because it was shared. Everyone remembered just enough to absolve themselves of the rest. That realization settled with a weight I couldn't ignore, not because it was dramatic, but because it clarified something I'd been circling without naming. This wasn't about uncovering a secret. It was about understanding why it had lasted. Jory sat down beside me, close enough that his shoulder pressed lightly against my leg. I reached down without thinking and rested my hand on his head, feeling the steady warmth beneath my palm. "I know," I murmured, though I wasn't sure who I was answering. The quiet didn't ask anything of me. It didn't urge me forward or tell me to stop. but it did leave me with one certainty, clear as the glass in the front window. I couldn't keep asking people what they remembered. Memory bent too easily around need. What I needed now wasn't testimony. It was context. I turned off the lights, one by one, the shop dimming into shape rather than darkness. When I stepped outside and locked the door behind me, the key turned smoothly in the lock, the sound final without being loud. Jory waited, tail lifting as I joined him on the sidewalk. As we walked toward Granny's house, I felt steadier than I had all day. Not because I had answers, but because I finally understood what kind of question this was, and what it would ask of me next. Chapter 48. Granny was at the kitchen table when I arrived, a single lamp lit against the gathering dusk. Papers were spread in front of her, not in disarray, but not yet sorted either, as if she'd paused midway through deciding what mattered most. She looked up when I came in, her expression softening before sharpening into something more attentive. "Let me get you some tea," she said, then put the kettle on the stove. "Sit and tell me what's on your mind." I set my keys on the counter and leaned back against it, suddenly aware of how tired I felt. Jory made himself comfortable near the doorway, curling into a loose sprawl with the confidence of someone who knew he belonged wherever he landed. "So much," I told her, "so much that I'm having difficulty processing. Sometimes saying it out loud helps." Granny folded her hands atop the papers and waited. She was very good at letting silence do its part. "I spoke with Bob," I said, "and with Travis." Her brows lifted slightly at that, but she didn't interrupt. "They don't tell the same story," I continued, "but they're not contradicting each other either. It's more like they're protecting different edges of the same thing." Granny nodded once. "And Megan?" she asked. I hesitated. "I haven't spoken to her again. Not directly, anyway." Granny sat back in her chair. "That matters." "I think everyone did what they needed to do to keep moving," I said. "None of it feels malicious, just useful." "That's often how it starts," Granny said. She reached for her glasses, put them on, then seemed to think better of it and set them back down again. The kettle began to whistle. She took it off the heat and then seemed to forget about it. "Do you remember the Fowler place?" she asked. I frowned. "The house on Ridge Road? The one that sat empty forever?" "That's the one." Granny's gaze drifted toward the window, though the road itself was hidden by trees. "A young woman lived there alone back in the 70s. Not long. She worked at the cannery. Quiet. Kept to herself." I waited. "When she disappeared," Granny went on, "people assumed she'd gone back to family or followed someone out of town. There were stories, none of them unkind." She paused. "Years later, when the house was torn down, they found her remains buried behind the shed." My stomach tightened. "No one really missed her," Granny said. "She was part of the community, but on the fringe. Everyone assumed she'd taken off. No one looked for her." "And when the truth came out?" I asked. Granny met my eyes. Most justified why they hadn't looked, why they'd accepted that she would leave town with only the clothes on her back. Her car was still in the garage. The refrigerator was full of food she'd purchased the day before. The words sat heavily between us. Granny shook her head. "The family had already written her off." I swallowed. "Do you think it would have been better not to know?" Granny studied me for a long moment, her expression thoughtful but not uncertain. "No," she said. "Secrets come with a cost." I pushed off the counter and took a seat across from her, resting my forearms on the table. "I don't want to hurt anyone," I said, "especially children." "I know," Granny said. "That's why you're here instead of pretending you can't see the truth." I lifted my hands in a small, helpless gesture. What is the truth? I don't know what it is. Not for sure. I'm not even certain I'd know what to do with it when I find it. Granny reached over and gripped my hands, her eyes steady on mine. "The question isn't whether the truth matters," she said. "It's whether you're willing to accept what happens once it can't be set back down." I thought of Travis, standing abruptly from the bench, of Bob's refusal, of Megan in the square, her life full and real and built on something solid. "I don't want to decide for anyone else," I said. "I just don't want to keep deciding for Nate." Granny's mouth curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "That's the clearest thing you've said yet." She squeezed my hand once, then released it. "Just remember," she added gently, "truth doesn't arrive alone. It brings consequence with it. Sometimes mercy, sometimes grief, often both." Jory stirred and stood, stretching before padding closer, resting his head against my knee. I reached down and rubbed behind his ears, the familiar motion grounding. "I'm not asking you to stop," Granny said, "and I won't tell you to hurry. Just promise me one thing." "What's that?" "That you won't pretend you're only uncovering the past," she said. "You're shaping what comes after." I nodded, the weight of it settling in, not as a burden exactly, but as a responsibility I could no longer set aside. "I promise," I said. The lamp cast a warm circle of light around us. Outside, the evening deepened, the world continuing on as it always did, unaware of how close it sometimes came to being changed. When I stood to leave a little while later, Granny walked me to the door. "Pen," she said. "Yes?" "Be kind," she said, "but be clear." I stepped out into the evening with Jory at my side, the air cooler now, the path ahead familiar and newly fraught all at once. The truth hadn't been spoken yet, but it had been let in, and I knew it wouldn't leave peacefully. Chapter 49. By the time I got home, the sky had deepened into that muted blue Cornwall wore well, the air cooler now carrying the faint promise of evening. Jory had taken off for parts unknown. I set my keys down, kicked off my shoes, and stood in the quiet longer than necessary. The house felt welcoming in its familiar way, solid, unchanged, uninterested in whatever questions I'd carried in with me. That was when I heard the knock. Not urgent, not loud, just a firm, measured rap. I opened the door to find Dean standing on the porch, one hand in his jacket pocket, the other hanging loose at his side. He wasn't in uniform. He looked like himself, tired, thoughtful, slightly apologetic for interrupting my evening. "Hey," he said. "Hey," I replied, surprised but not alarmed. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, I was nearby." A pause. "I thought I'd check on you." I stepped aside without thinking. "Come in." Dean crossed the threshold and glanced around, as if grounding himself in the ordinary details, the lamp by the chair, the stack of mail I hadn't sorted yet. "How've you been?" he asked. "Great," I said. "You?" A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Same." "Want a soda?" I wouldn't say no. With bottles of Coke in hand, we stayed on our feet, neither of us moving toward the table. Dean rested a hip against the counter. I leaned back against the sink, close enough that if either of us shifted, we'd notice. "You've had a long day," Dean said. I let out a breath. "It feels like a long few." He studied my face, not like the chief of police, but like someone who knew the difference between being tired and being changed. His hand lifted slightly as if he might reach for me, then dropped back to his side. "I've been hearing your name," he said carefully. "From who?" "From people who are worried," he replied, "and from people trying not to be." I didn't respond right away. I didn't need to. "You don't owe me details," he said. "I'm not here for that." "I know, but I need to ask you something anyway." I nodded. "Okay." Dean met my eyes, holding them a second longer than necessary, his expression open, unguarded in a way that made the question heavier than if he delivered it in his official voice. Are you okay with where this leads once it stops being under your control? I felt the truth of it settle, not like pressure, but like gravity. I don't know how else to do it, I said finally. I'm not chasing anything. I'm just not looking away. Dean exhaled slowly. I figured, he said, and just for the record, I'm not asking you to stop. He paused, appearing to choose his words with care. Once certain lines get crossed, they don't belong to either of us anymore. They belong to the process, to systems, to people who won't know the history or the individuals the way you do. I know, I said. Dean straightened, pushing off the counter. That's all I needed to hear. That I know? That you understand what's at stake, he replied, and that if you decide it's worth it, you won't pretend otherwise. We lingered a moment longer, the space between us filled with things neither of us was trying to resolve. I'm glad you came by, I said. Dean nodded. Me too. At the door he paused, hand on the knob, as if there was something else he might say, then didn't. For what it's worth, he said, I trust you. You've got great instincts, and you care about this community, about the people who live here, about justice. Thank you. I touched his arm, my fingers lingering a moment longer than they needed to, the warmth of his skin steady beneath them. That means a lot. He gave a small smile, then stepped out into the evening, pulling the door shut behind him with a soft click. I locked it, then sat back against the wood, closing my eyes. Outside, a car passed. A dog barked somewhere down the block. Cornwall went on being Cornwall, but something had shifted all the same. This wasn't just about what had happened anymore. It was about what would happen next, and who would be pulled into it, whether they wanted to be or not. I stared out into the darkened window. I hadn't crossed the line yet, but I could see it now, and I knew exactly where it was. Chapter 50. Denzel Harwood didn't hesitate when I asked. He paused, long enough to register the request, but then nodded, as if granting access to the building was a formality rather than a reopening of anything that mattered. It's locked up, he said, but if seeing it helps settle things, I don't see the harm. Settle was his word, not mine. He handed me the keys the next afternoon, heavy, old-fashioned, more symbolic than necessary. I didn't go alone. Isla and Elise met me out front, both of them quieter than usual, their chatter subdued by the presence of the building itself. Terrence arrived last, notebook tucked under his arm out of habit rather than intent. The Harwood loomed the way it always had, grand but tired, its windows clouded, the stone facade darkened by years of neglect. It had once been a civic center, a place of gatherings and speeches and ceremonies. Now it was just a shell, waiting for a future that kept being postponed. I unlocked the door. The sound echoed inside. Dust hung in the air, visible in the shafts of late afternoon lights slanting through the high windows. The smell was old wood and something faintly metallic, like coins forgotten in a drawer. We stepped inside slowly, as if the space might object to being disturbed. No one suggested we split up. We stayed together, our footsteps muffled by time. "This is where they held dances," Elise murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "And town meetings," Terrence added. "I read about a fundraiser here once, pre-war." We moved deeper into the building, past the wide central hall and toward the stairwell at the back. The stairs were narrower than I'd imagined, steeper too. The railing ran along the wall, its wood darker in places, smoother where countless hands had once slid along it. We were nearly to the top floor when Terrence came to an abrupt stop. "Does that look newer to you?" he asked, gesturing toward a section of the banister. The joinery was clean, the wood less worn. The finish didn't quite match the rest. "It was repaired," I said. "Yes," Terrence replied, "but not recently." Denzel had it replaced 10 years ago. Said the wood was rotten. Isla traced the edge with her eyes. You can tell when something's been replaced, but not refreshed, she said, like a patch on an old coat. We stayed longer than necessary. No one tried to reenact anything. No one climbed higher than felt natural. The space didn't invite performance. Instead, it offered alignment. From the top of the stairs, you could see the landing clearly. From the landing, you could see the stairs, but not the entire run. The angles were right for a sudden misstep. Elise exhaled slowly. If someone got too close... Terrence rubbed his chin. People imagine stairs as dramatic. They usually aren't. Things just go wrong. We continued moving through the upper level where doors stood ajar, their rooms emptied of furniture and purpose. One of them held a narrow, rusted cot frame that was still standing. Terrence stopped again. Someone slept here. It's the kind of thing you don't bother removing if you don't plan to be back for a while, Elise said. I thought of Nate, working as a night watchman while contemplating his future, a young man not wanted at home. Had he slept here? Denzel had said they didn't have an address for him, no place to forward the checks he hadn't picked up. I've heard of people slipping on a patch of ice and breaking their neck, Isla said. It happens, but that's more of a freak thing. I glanced down to the landing below. A person who fell this far could do some serious damage. I can see it, Elise said. I looked sharply at her. Oh, not exactly what happened, but if Nate did fall from up here, I think he died on that landing. Her gaze met mine. It's logical. Everyone nodded, and I found myself nodding too. When we finally stepped back outside, the sun had dipped lower behind the buildings across the street. No one spoke right away. The Harwood wasn't hiding anything, Terrence said finally. It was just waiting for someone to stop assuming and really look at what's in front of them. Isla turned to me. What happens now? I looked back at the door, the heavy lock, the keys heating my palm. I don't know, I said. But it wasn't entirely true. I knew this much. Whatever had happened here didn't belong to rumor anymore. And walking away from the Harwood, with my cousins and Terrence beside me, the weight of that knowledge settling in, I understood that I had crossed the line I'd been standing near for so long, not into accusation, into responsibility. Chapter 51. Dean asked me to come by the station just before closing, not formally, not with urgency. He said it the way people say things they've already decided. If you're still in town, I'd like to talk. The building was nearly empty when I arrived. The sergeant at the front desk waved me through, coffee in hand. The front desk lights were dimmed. The music turned low enough to sound like it was coming from another room. Dean was in his office. Jacket off, sleeves rolled to mid-forearm. Papers were spread across his desk, not stacked, not filed. Touched. Considered. Door's fine, he said when I hesitated. I'm not saying anything I wouldn't say out there. I sat across from him. The chair creaked. I wondered, not for the first time, how many conversations like this had happened here over the years. Quiet ones. Careful ones. Ones that changed things without ceremony. He didn't start right away. Instead, he slid a manila folder toward the center of the desk and then didn't open it. I've been going over timelines, he said. Not reports, not statements, just timelines. I nodded. It felt like the only appropriate response. When someone dies by accident, he continued, the story usually falls apart fast. People misremember. Details conflict. Panic shows up all over the place. He finally opened the folder. Inside were photocopies, yearbook pages, old event flyers from the Harwood's last years of use, a payroll ledger, and a faded night schedule with Nate Jefferson's name typed into every slot. But this didn't, he said. It stayed clean. I felt a tightening behind my ribs. He noticed. He always did. "That's not a compliment," he added gently. "That's a red flag." He leaned back, hands folded over his stomach, eyes on the ceiling for a moment as if replaying something only he could see. "Everyone remembered Nate Jefferson the same way," he said. "Not in detail, in absence. He drifted. He left town. No one ever remembered him packing. No one remembered the goodbye. They barely remembered the space he'd once filled." He looked back at me. "That takes coordination. Or fear." I thought of the Harwood, its stairwell, its narrow turns, the way sound carried in it, how one wrong step could become permanent. "Fear," I said. Dean nodded once. "That's where I landed, too." He didn't ask me what I thought had happened. He didn't need to. "What changes now?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gathered the papers into a single stack and aligned them with the edge of the desk. The movement was precise, deliberate. "I stopped pretending this is informal," he said. The word hung there, informal, maybe never truly applied. "I haven't pressured anyone yet," he went on. "No recorded interviews, no subpoenas. I wanted to understand the shape of it first. Who was protecting whom, and why?" "And now?" I asked. "Now I have to protect the truth," he said, "even if it costs people their version of themselves." That landed harder than I expected. "Megan Day has built a life," I said. "So have the others." "I know," Dean said. "That's why this is the hardest kind of case." He leaned forward, forearms on the desk. "If my instincts are right, no one planned to kill anyone," he said. "And if this had been reported that night, it would have been written up, grieved, and eventually forgiven. But if nobody speaks up, it doesn't go away. It settles in, and people learn to live around it." I saw it then, not as a single bad decision, but as a series of smaller ones, each easier than the last, each justified by the next morning, by friends who told themselves staying silent was for the best, for everyone. "What do you need from me?" I asked. He met my eyes. There was no hesitation there. "I need you to keep doing what you're doing," he said. "Pay attention. Ask the questions people answer too quickly, and when the fractures show, don't smooth them over." That was not a request. "Once I start formal interviews," he continued, "this stops being about understanding and starts being about record. People behave differently when they know that." I stood. The chair creaked again, louder this time. "Dean," I said, and waited until he looked up. "This is going to hurt." "I know," he said, "but it's already hurting. We can't leave it buried." Outside, the air had gone cool. The streetlights cast long shadows across Maine, stretching everything thin. I stood on the steps of the station for a moment longer than necessary, listening to the hum of the building behind me. Justice, I was learning, didn't arrive with certainty. It arrived the instant someone decided the truth mattered more than the peace it had kept. Chapter 52. I was filling in for Isla the next day when Megan came into Three Whiskers. She hesitated at the door, scanning the room before stepping fully inside. The cafe hummed along the way it always did, cups clinking, someone laughing too loudly at the counter, cats sprawled near the windows like fixtures no one thought to question. Megan didn't pause to pet Cleopatra, the Turkish Angora that was her favorite. She came straight to me. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. She kept them wrapped around the strap of her purse, knuckles pale, fingers working the leather as if it might slip away. "Of course," I said. We took the small table near the back, the one people usually chose when they wanted privacy but didn't want it to look like secrecy. Megan sat cautiously, aligning her chair, adjusting her skirt, getting herself into place. "I heard Chief Albers has been asking questions," she said. "Not what questions, just questions." "Who told you that?" I asked. She gave a quick smile that didn't reach her eyes. "It's a small town." It was, but this felt different. Information didn't usually reach Megan secondhand. She was the kind of person people updated instinctively, the way they might check the weather. "He hasn't asked me anything," she continued. "Not officially." The word landed between us. "Have you noticed anything different?" she asked. I waited, let her define it. "At the school," she said. "Parents, other teachers, people I've known for years." She paused. "They're careful." Careful was generous. I'd noticed the recalibration too, the way conversations shortened when Megan entered, the way people filled silence around her. "They don't know anything," I said. "That's what scares me," she replied. She pressed her lips together, then released them. "I've lived here my whole life," she said. "I've done everything right. I came back after college. I raised my family here. I show up." She looked at me then. Really looked. That counts for something, doesn't it? It wasn't a question I could answer the way she wanted. "Megan," I said, "no one's decided anything." She nodded, once, hard. "I know," she said. I just..." She stopped, restarted. "I don't like not knowing where I stand." There it was, not fear of guilt, fear of displacement. Outside, a car door slammed. Someone called hello through the open window. Life, unbothered. "Do you think," she asked, lowering her voice, "simple things can get blown out of proportion?" "Sure," I said, "but time doesn't change what actually happened." Her gaze dropped to the tabletop. She traced the grain with her fingertip, slow and intentional. "I was young," she said, not looking up. "We all were." She said it like a defense, not a confession. "I should get back," she added, standing before I could respond. "Mary Ann is watching the kids." She smoothed her skirt again, reclaimed her purse, reassembled herself into something recognizable. "If Dean does talk to you again," she said, "you'll let me know, won't you?" It wasn't a request for information. It was a request for warning. "I'll let you know what I can," I said. She nodded, satisfied enough to leave. When the door closed behind her, the cafe felt unchanged. Same light, same sounds. But the space she'd occupied didn't settle the way it normally did. Something had shifted. Not enough to be named. Enough to be felt. Chapter 53. I ran into Travis Vollmer coming out of Main Street Cafe. Not on purpose, not dramatically, just him stepping out after lunch and me craving a pasty. Instead of continuing inside, I stepped back and smiled, letting the door close behind him. He stared at me, clearly deciding whether to leave or stay. He looked older than I remembered, not in years exactly, but in posture. Guarded, braced. "Penelope," he said when he saw me. His smile came a second late. "Didn't expect to see you." "Likewise," I said. "Good lunch?" "Good enough." We stayed there a bit longer with customers stepping around us on their way in and out. I moved off to the side and Travis reluctantly followed. "I hear Dean's been busy," Travis said. Straight to it. "Busy how?" I asked. He let out a short laugh. "That's what I'd like to know." For a moment, he looked down at the doggy bag in his hands before he refocused on me. "People are talking," he said. Again. "People always talk," I said. "Not like this." His jaw tightened. "I haven't been contacted," he went on. "No one's asked me anything. But suddenly, I'm getting looks, like I missed a meeting." "That usually means something's shifting," I said. "Or it means someone's stirring things up that don't need stirring," he shot back. There it was. "What exactly do you think is being stirred up?" I asked. He looked at me then, really looked. The defensiveness sharpened into something closer to accusation. "Some things were settled a long time ago," he said. Dragging them back up isn't fair." Travis ran a hand through his hair, frustration leaking through the cracks. "No one was hurt," he said finally. I waited. He stopped himself, exhaled hard. "Not on purpose." "That's not the same thing," I said. He shook his head, his jaw clenched. "You weren't there. You don't know." "I wasn't," I agreed, "but Nate deserved better than a makeshift grave in the middle of nowhere." That landed. I could tell by the way his shoulders stiffened. "We were kids," he said. "We didn't know what to do." "You knew enough to stay quiet," I said. He flinched, just slightly. A woman slipped around us, glanced at Travis, then away. The sidewalk felt suddenly too narrow. "This is what I don't like," he said. "This assumption that silence equals blame. Sometimes it's just survival." "Survival usually has an endpoint," I said. This didn't. His eyes flicked down the block, the exit. Escape routes, old habits. "Do you know what happens if this turns official?" he asked. "People lose jobs. Families get dragged through it. For what?" "It's not about feeling better," I said. "It's about being honest and saying what really happened." He laughed then, clipped and humorless. "Honest," he repeated. "That's easy to say when you're not the one who has to live here after." "I live here," I said. He waved that away. "You know what I mean." I did. He meant stay intact. "I didn't do anything wrong," he said, his voice rising just enough to draw attention. He lowered it again immediately. "And I won't apologize for not blowing up my life over something that was never meant to happen." There it was, the line he wouldn't cross. "I'm not asking you to apologize," I said. "I'm asking you to stop pretending nothing happened." He stared at me for a long moment. Then he stepped back, creating distance where conversation had been. "I don't like where this is going," he said, "and I don't like your role in it." "That makes two of us," I said. He adjusted the doggy bag in his hands, suddenly decisive. "If the chief comes asking," he said, "I'll tell him exactly what I remember." "What you remember," I repeated. He met my gaze. "That's all anyone ever has." He walked away without another word. I stayed in the sunshine, the day proceeding as if nothing had happened. Travis wasn't afraid of the truth. He was afraid of what it would cost him when it came out. Chapter 54. The grounds around the Harwood were busier than I'd ever seen them. 2 trucks were parked near the side entrance, logos stenciled on the doors, ladders strapped to their roofs. A cluster of men stood near the temporary fencing, hard hats tucked under arms, clipboards out. They spoke in the language of measurements and schedules, talk that assumed a future. Lucas Harwood stood a little apart from them. He wasn't giving orders. He wasn't hovering either. Just listening as one of the contractors pointed toward the rear of the building, explaining what would need to be stabilized before anything else could move forward. I waited until the group broke apart, men drifting back toward their trucks, before I approached. Lucas saw me and nodded. Maybe my presence confirmed something he'd already suspected. "They finally started," I said. He glanced back at the building. "Denzel pushed it through." That explained it. Denzel was decisive where Lucas was careful. If something needed to be confronted, Denzel confronted it. If something needed to be left alone, Lucas made sure it stayed that way. "I didn't realize you were overseeing it," I said. "I'm not," he replied, "not officially." He rubbed his hands together, more habit than nerves, and gestured toward the side path that curved away from the trucks. We walked a few steps, far enough that the voices faded into background noise. "I should have been down here years ago," he said. "Not regretful, just factual." "You could have," I said. "Yes," he agreed, "but I wasn't." We stopped near the edge of the grounds where the grass gave way to packed dirt. From here, the building looked almost peaceful, its windows dark but intact, its shape still proud in spite of neglect. "I always told myself it was better to leave it sealed," Lucas said. "Safer, cleaner." "For whom?" I asked. He didn't bristle at the question. He didn't defend himself. "For all of us," he said. Then after a pause, "Or so I thought." A breeze moved through the trees, carrying the smell of old leaves and cut grass. Somewhere behind us, a metal door clanged shut. "I replayed that night more times than I can count," Lucas said. "Not the fall. What came after?" I waited. The silence. He continued. The way it just settled. Nobody said, "This is what we're doing now." We just didn't say anything else. I felt something shift. Not a revelation, but a clarity that settled into place. "It didn't feel like a decision," he said. "More like relief, postponing something we didn't know how to face." "And then?" I asked. "And then time did what time always does," he said. "It made it harder to be the one who changed the story." He looked at me then. "We wanted it to go away," he said, "and for a long time it did." The words landed with a dull finality. Behind him, the Harwoods stood waiting, not accusatory, not dramatic, just present. "When Denzel took this over," Lucas said, nodding back toward the contractors, "I told myself it was about efficiency, that he was better suited for it." "And?" I asked. "The truth was, I didn't want to be the one standing here when it came open again." He said it without self-pity, without excuse. "What happens now?" I asked. He tilted his head. "If Dean asks me what I remember," he said, "I'll tell him. No qualifiers, no conditions." "And the others?" I asked. "That's theirs," he said. "This part was always mine." We stood there a moment longer, the sounds of work resuming behind us. Hammers, voices, the scrape of metal against stone. Change, happening whether anyone was ready or not. When I turned to leave, Lucas was still there, hands in his pockets, watching the building as if seeing it clearly for the first time. I walked away with the understanding settling fully into place. No one had set out to erase Nate. Silence had simply proven easier than speaking, and it had done the rest on its own. Chapter 55. By midweek, Cornwall felt off balance, just slightly misaligned, like a picture frame that had been bumped. At Augustus Loom, conversations paused when I approached, then resumed with a careful brightness that hadn't been there before. People asked about orders they'd already placed, complimented fabric they'd seen a dozen times, lingered without quite knowing why. When I helped out at Three Whiskers, it was the same, only softer. People lingered a beat longer before speaking. Someone asked after the cats with more enthusiasm than necessary. Someone else commented on the weather twice. No one mentioned Nate Jefferson, but his absence had started to behave differently. Gladys Singleton came in for her usual tea and sat at the window instead of her regular table near the shelves. When I brought the cup over, she reached for my wrist. Not tight, not urgent. "You holding up?" she asked. "I am," I said. She nodded. At the counter, Elise and Isla worked side by side, quieter than usual but focused. When the door chimed, they both glanced up at the same time, then back down again. Outside, Main Street moved along as it always had. The bakery windows were still fogged with warmth. The hardware store sign creaked gently in the breeze. Someone laughed too loudly across the street, then stopped. At the post office, I found myself in line behind a man I'd known since childhood. He turned, recognized me, and smiled, then hesitated, as if unsure which version of me he was supposed to be talking to. "Busy week," he said finally. "It's been steady," I replied. He nodded, satisfied with that non-answer, and faced forward again. Word hadn't spread in any formal way. There was no announcement, no explanation, just a subtle awareness that something old had been disturbed, and no one was quite sure what it meant yet. At the bookstore, Terrence looked up from behind the counter and held my gaze. "People have been asking about the Harwood," he said. "Nothing specific." "Just asking," I said. "Just asking," he confirmed. That seemed to be the theme. Questions without shape, concern without names, a collective sensing that a line had been crossed, even if no one could say when. Later, as I walked home, I passed two women I recognized from the school. Their conversation slowed when they saw me. One of them offered a small, sympathetic smile. "Take care," she said. I wondered what she thought I needed taking care from. By the time I reached my porch, the sun was lowering, casting long shadows that stretched everything thinner than it had been at noon. I stood for a moment before going inside, listening to the routine sounds of Cornwall settling into evening. The reckoning hadn't arrived yet, but everyone had begun rearranging themselves as if it would. Chapter 56. Dean didn't call me into his office this time. He met me in the interview room. It was smaller than his office, the walls a neutral beige that suggested nothing and remembered everything. A recorder sat centered on the table, switched off. 2 chairs, no windows. "This isn't because of you," he said as soon as I sat down. "I want you to know that." "I do," I said. He nodded. "Too many pieces are lining up, and I've reached the point where I can't keep this informal." "What does formal look like?" I asked. He slid a legal pad across the table. Names were written neatly down the page, spaced out as if each deserved room. "I start recorded interviews," he said, "individually. Same questions, same order." He tapped the pad once. "I stop letting memory stay private." "And the town?" I asked. "The town will do what it always does," he said. "React late, argue about fairness, forget who asked for this." He didn't sound bitter, just experienced. "I need a statement from you," he said. "Not because you're suspected of anything, because you were present when the body was discovered. You've asked questions. You've noticed what other people avoided." He paused, then added, "You should also know that once this starts, I can't control where it lands." "Do you want to?" I asked. He considered that. "No," he said. "I just want it handled cleanly." The recorder sat between us. "People will say this didn't need to be reopened," he went on, "that it was an accident, that enough time has passed." "And?" I asked. "Accidents still get investigated," he said. He reached over and switched on the recorder. The click was soft but final. "For the record," he said, "this meeting establishes the beginning of a formal investigation into the death of Nathan Jefferson." Hearing it spoken that way, full name, official language, changed something in the room. Dean took me back to the day at the cemetery. We started there. It was clear he wanted facts, not hearsay, what I had personally witnessed and heard. When there was nothing left to explore, he stopped the recorder. "That's all for today," he said. "I'll be in touch." When I stood to leave, he spoke again. "You were right," he said, "about the silence." I waited. "It didn't stay neutral," he finished. "It chose sides." Outside, the station looked the same as it always had. Brick, flags, the quiet confidence of a place built to last. But inside, something irreversible had been set in motion. This wasn't about reopening the past. It was about finally acknowledging that it had never closed. Chapter 57. The building was empty, which was how it was supposed to be. No one watching, no one keeping track. That was the whole appeal of it. the echo of their voices in the stairwell, the way the wide rooms made everything feel temporary, consequence-free, as if the night itself were holding its breath. The watchman leaned against the railing, keys heavy at his belt. He liked the weight of them there, proof he was trusted with something. Music pulsed from a phone left on a windowsill. The bass rattled against the glass, just enough to feel in his chest. Someone laughed. Someone else told them to keep it down, though there was no one to hear. "Relax," he said, lifting his bottle. "We're the only ones here." When he grabbed the car keys, it felt like the kind of thing that would land, just enough to get a laugh. "Hey, no," his friend said, already moving. "Give those back." The watchman grinned and swung them just out of reach, metal chiming. "I'm not driving," he said. "I'm dancing." He was, sort of, all elbows and bravado, laughing too hard, backing toward the stairs, as if the space behind him didn't matter, like it would still be there when he needed it. Someone told him to stop. Someone else laughed. Then he turned, took one step too many, and the night dropped out from under him. Chapter 58. Dean didn't tell me everything at once. He told me the way people do when they're trying to be accurate instead of persuasive, carefully, in pieces, with room left for what could never be known. "What we can establish," he said, "is this." Megan, Travis, and Lucas had gone to the Harwood after hours. It wasn't unusual back then, teenagers using a place that felt removed enough to belong to no one. Someone had brought alcohol. No one remembered who. Nate had been drinking. So had the others. They were on the upper level when it happened. The stairwell was poorly lit, the handrail loose even then. One misstep was all it took. "No one pushed him," Dean said. "There was no argument, no fight." What they remembered, what more than one of them remembered, was Nate fooling around. He'd taken the keys to Lucas's new car, jingling them, showing off, being goofy, being Nate. He lost his balance, reached for the banister. It gave way. The injuries were catastrophic. He died on impact. Dean didn't soften it, but he didn't linger there either. "What came next is where the choices begin," he said. Panic set in almost immediately. Shock, fear, the sudden understanding that this wasn't something that could be fixed or explained away. Calling for help felt louder than staying quiet, permanent in a way silence wasn't. They didn't make a plan. They didn't agree out loud. They just didn't act. Time passed. How much, no one could say. What they eventually did, what they now acknowledged doing, was move him. They used Travis's truck. They drove out of town to a small private cemetery Megan remembered her aunt mentioning years earlier. What happened there took place without ceremony, without witnesses. After that, they made the decision that lasted. They wouldn't say anything. They didn't invent a story. They didn't need to. Nate left town fit easily enough. People drifted. People disappeared. Cornwall had learned not to ask too many questions. Dean stopped there. "That's what we can establish," he said. "What we can corroborate." I thought of Megan's careful fear, Travis's anger, Lucas's quiet acceptance. None of them had intended harm, but they had all agreed in their own way to let the truth disappear. "That's the crime," Dean said, "not the fall." "What's going to happen to them?" I asked. "That's up to the district attorney," he said. I left the station knowing more than I ever had. Not everything, but enough. Chapter 59. The truth didn't arrive immediately. It surfaced in fragments, half sentences, altered routines, the way people paused before speaking and sometimes didn't finish at all. The newspaper sat folded on the counter at Augustus Loom when I unlocked the door that morning. Not open, not hidden, just there, like someone wanted me to notice without asking me to interpret. I didn't read it. I didn't need to. At mid-morning, a customer I'd known for years stood at the register and hesitated after I rang her up. "I didn't know," she said finally. "I don't think anyone did," I replied. She nodded, relief and discomfort crossing her face in equal measure. She took her bag and left without saying goodbye. By noon, the truth had reached the places it always reached last. At Cream Tea, Megan Day wasn't behind the counter. Another employee was there, smiling too brightly. No explanation offered, no questions answered. Someone at Three Whiskers mentioned it quietly, as if absence itself were contagious. "She needed time," Isla said, not looking at me. I didn't ask from what. Travis Vollmer's truck wasn't outside the hardware store that afternoon. It usually was, parked crooked, like he'd never learned to take up less space than necessary. When I ran into him later that week, it was brief and awkward. He nodded once, said nothing, and kept walking. Lucas Harwood was still around. I saw him one morning near the Harwood, standing with the contractors while Denzel did most of the talking. Lucas listened, nodded when asked, signed what was put in front of him, and nothing more. It was the first time I could remember him being present without being in charge. The town didn't divide cleanly. There were no sides to choose yet. There were just adjustments. At the cobbled quill, Terrence moved a display closer to the front window. A small one. Local history. Old photographs. Nate's yearbook photo appeared among them. Not labeled, not explained. Just present. I noticed people stopping longer than usual, reading captions they'd skimmed 100 times before. Dean passed me on Main Street one evening and gave a small nod. Nothing more. No update. No reassurance. That told me everything I needed to know. The case was no longer contained. People said Nate's name now, carefully at first, then with less hesitation. "I remember him," someone said at the bakery. "He was funny. He always said he was leaving town, but I never thought—" The sentences trailed off. They always did. The cost of silence had finally become visible, and no one quite knew what to do with it. What surprised me most was how little anyone asked me to explain. No one demanded answers. No one wanted a summary. They just wanted to know where to stand. And for once, I didn't tell them. I let the quiet sit. By the end of the week, word had spread, softly, unevenly, that there would be a proper burial for Nate, that people could come if they wanted. No one framed it as an invitation. It was more like permission. I stood in my doorway that night, watching the street settle into darkness, and understood something I hadn't before. Truth didn't rush through Cornwall like a flood. It seeped. And once it did, there was no pretending the ground beneath us hadn't always been waiting to give way. Chapter 60. The burial took place on a gray morning at Driftless Cemetery. Not cold, not warm. The kind of day that asked very little of anyone. People arrived quietly, parking along the narrow road and walking the rest of the way in. There was no sign posted, no program handed out. Just a small gathering near a freshly opened plot, the earth darker than the surrounding ground. Someone had brought flowers. More than one someone, it turned out. They were placed together at the edge of the grave. Wild flowers, a single rose, a bundle of daisies tied with twine. No one tried to arrange them. The casket was plain. I stood with the others, close enough to hear breathing, far enough not to touch. No one spoke much. When they did, it was in low voices, names exchanged quietly, nods offered and received. Dean was there, off to one side, hands folded in front of him, not in uniform, just present. Lucas stood near his brother, shoulders squared, eyes forward. He didn't look away when the casket was lowered. He didn't look at anyone else either. I didn't see Megan. I didn't see Travis. I noticed who was there instead. People who had gone to school with Nate. People who hadn't known him well but remembered his name once it was spoken aloud. People who had lived their lives within walking distance of the truth and never known it. Someone said Nate's full name when the time came. No speech followed, no explanation. Just the sound of it carried briefly in the open air. The earth was heavy as it was returned to the grave. The first shovelful landed with a dull, final sound. Then another. No one rushed it. I thought of the night Nate died, not as it had happened, but as it had been carried. Quietly, poorly, alone. This was different. When it was over, people didn't leave right away. They stood, hands in pockets, arms folded, gazes drifting toward the trees, the hills beyond the cemetery. The driftless landscape held the moment without comment. A faint, uneven chime sounded somewhere beyond the trees. Too distant to place, carried on the light wind and then gone again. No one turned toward it. It was just another sound the quiet allowed through. Eventually, one by one, people stepped forward and laid what they'd brought at the grave. A flower, a stone, nothing at all. I waited until the others had moved back before I stepped closer. There was nothing left to say, so I stood there instead, letting the weight of the moment settle, not as relief, not as forgiveness, but as recognition. Nate had not been returned to the town. The town had finally come to him. When I turned to leave, the group was thinning, conversations beginning again in careful, altered ways. Life, adjusting itself around a truth it could no longer avoid. I walked back toward the road with the others, the cemetery quiet behind us. Nate Yepperson was no longer missing. He had been named, and he had been laid to rest. This has been Diggin' Up Bones, a Cornwall loom and bark mystery, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.